Hello, everyone, and welcome to like a very simple video where King Critical like this is a funny thing, right? So he's saying trans identity slash ideology, right? Depending on what you say, you can debunk the ideology. You can't debunk the identity because identity is inherent to a single person, and unless you can read their minds, you can't debunk identity, right? Like if someone identifies as a frog, you can debunk the idea that they're a frog, but you can't debunk the idea they identify as one. Right? Those are two different statements, and one of them is mutually exclusive of the other. Really, right? Ideology, right, implies some sort of religious, right, like undertones to some people, but what it really means is that it's just a method of getting things advocated for, right? So you can debunk those because there are, there's a group of written things you can talk about, right? Like communism you can easily debunk because it has a book, right? You can debunk the Bible because there's a book, right? But you can't debunk Lord of the Rings for the simple reason no one believes Lord of the Rings is true, right? You can't debunk something that's fictional, right? Another thing is you can't debunk, an identity, right? Because that's a personal, thought, right? You can't debunk thoughts. You can't debunk identities, right? Like my identity is a rabbit dragon that eats people, right? You can say I'm not that all you want, but you can't say I don't identify as it. Look at my icon. This is all you need, right? Look at that. There you go. You're wrong. That's all I need, right? It's all I need, motherfucker. A little icon. As soon as I get that icon, you're wrong. You didn't think of that, did you? So yeah, King Critical is of course a guy who a guy on the internet, as they might say, someone who kind of understands some things and really doesn't understand others, and has made his whole ideology to be anti-trans, right? He hasn't had any actual real opinions on anything that matters, right, in a while, right? It's all about trans, and then taxes, right? Oh, actually, he has talked about this, which is funny, because this is the consequences of his ideology. But he's trying to say it's the consequences of our ideology, but it's actually his, right? He has the, he's it's J.K. Rowling, right, who got that to happen. You can thank her, right? She took credit for it. We're keeping her with credit, right? Unless she wants to rescind credit and just admit that, yeah, actually she is wrong, right? Which he is, right? It turns out that trying to go after trans people hurts regular people too, because most of the things about so the thing about trans stuff, right? So if someone identifies as a woman, they're a woman, right? Part of that also defends old chicks and ugly chicks. I know it's very weird, right? But here's how it happens, right? It's a very simple concept, okay? Old women look masculine. Ugly women aren't attractive, right? So if your argument against trans people, right, is, you can say all these scientific mumbo jumbo, but most people, 99% of people, the normal population, their ideological reason to hate trans women is that they don't find them hot. And that's all they need. That's their argument, right? So you get all this philosophical bullshit for why you don't agree with trans people. They just say, well, are they hot though, right? And so that's most people's argument, right? And so when you start to erode their ideology, right, which part of it is a bit of a body positivity one, you start to erode you quickly erode, right? Because the erosion happens fast when you move right. It happens slowly when you move left, right? So you quickly erode all the protections for women. especially older and ugly women, right? Well, and it turns out that kind of backfired on J.K. Rowling, right? And it turns out that that's why. She's old. So she has that man jaw, right? She has that man chin that everyone was talking about, DEI chin in video games. That's what J.K. Rowling has. And she has that because she's old. All old women have man jaw, okay? And the reason why all old women have man jaw is because when you get older, your skin starts to your fat starts to lose a lot in your face, and so women start to get a more visible thyroid cartilage, also known as an Adam's apple, and they start to get a bit of more of a visible jawline. And the reason why that happens, right, is because of age. Right, the age, for whatever reason, it's the fat deposits of the face that go away first. I believe it's because of the brain. The brain requires more energy than anything else in their body. But yeah, some women get surgery to remove the Adam's apple, but they can't remove the jawline. And that's the thing, right? So she removed her a bit of the stuff from her turkey garble, as they called it when I was a kid. And yeah, all old women get that. All old women get both. And the reason why they all get both is because, here is actually not that anatomically different between the sexes. Here, right, and down is very anatomically different. Here and up, pretty much the same. Like, a lot of people say, there are minor differences, but they vary so much between different races and sexes that pretty much, and also ages, right? Whereas here down, man and woman, when you're an adult, man and woman, here down, they're the same. Like they're different. I mean, they're pretty much the same for all men and women, though, right? But here up, it's so very variable that you can't say, oh, that's a man or a woman from this, right? If they put up enough makeup on, have the right angles, it doesn't matter. You can see a chick that looks like a dude and a dude that looks like a chick, right? And the reason why facial recognition like that is bad in the first place is because your age does affect it a lot too. So J.K. Rowling received a bit of a negative from winning, which we all said she would. Yeah, that's a thing we said that would happen. She didn't listen to us, and now you guys are taking L's. Congratulations for your victory. Oh, it's an L now? I thought it was a victory last week. See, this is the thing, right? You're basing your life on criticizing this, right? Now, you could criticize people like Lily Tino. I don't care, right? Lily Tino is a fucking pedophile, right? We can criticize Keffels all we want, right? But why are we criticizing Lily Tino and Keffels as if they're every trans person, right? Why is Blair White, for example, being put in the same camp as Lily Tino? You know what I mean? Why are we putting, someone why are we putting someone let's just say, my brother. I have a brother that's trans. He looks like a trucker, like a redneck trucker, right? Why are we putting him in the same camp as someone, like that school shooter, right? We can make fun of the awful people in the trans community and still admit, yeah, well, they're not all like that, and so this is a nothing burger, right? But we want to just have it be this whole all trans people are bad thing. And now you see the consequences of it. UK is censoring everything. Because as it turns out, where it actually comes from, funnily enough, is not J.K. Rowling. She was never the leader of the transphobe ideology. It was Islam. Yeah, the brick throwers, right? They came in and they ruined your country, and then they told people like J.K. Rowling they would not rape her if she got rid of trans people because they're very homophobic and transphobic there, right? And so they did, and now J.K. Rowling took credit for it, and now they raped her, and she can't say anything about it. Yeah. Now, obviously, they haven't raped her yet, but they will. It's Islam we're talking about, right? And this is the thing. I can talk about this because I'm not in the UK. So I still have freedom of speech right now. Even with COSA, I'll still have freedom of speech. I just will have to put my ID to speak it on the internet, but I'll still have it, you know?
Ago, I made a video explaining comprehensively why it is that I don't think trans identity is valid. I know some people are going to say, well, how can you disbelieve in the validity of someone else's identity?
Right, yeah, because that's a dumb statement, right? Like, that's not how identity works.
It's literally one of the first questions I discuss in that video. Indeed, my hope is that...
Right, you discuss something based off of a fallacy, right? Like, you can't have an identity that's debunkable. It wouldn't be an identity if it was debunkable, right? There's no invalid identity, right? There are identities which are more healthy to have, more productive to have, right? But there's no such thing as an invalid one. If you believe you're a frog, you believe you're a frog. There is no invalidity to that. Now, if you claim you are a frog, right, there is invalidity to that. But there is no invalidity to the idea that you claim you believe you're a frog. The only one who can debunk that is you, not someone else, right?
If you are pro-trans, then pretty much...
For example, a good way to say this, right? In a defamation case, right? There were 2 defamation cases with Johnny Depp, right? There is one versus the Sun, and then another one versus Amber Heard. Now, Amber Heard slandered Johnny Depp, right? However, whether the Sun believed him or not, the Sun was immune and won the first defamation case against Johnny Depp. The second defamation case with Johnny Depp won because Amber Heard was the one who lied. The Sun did not lie, right? And we were able to prove that she lied, right, based off of her actions, right? But the Sun is a third party, right? And the thing about it is, right, when it comes to identity, that's how you would debunk their identity, right? So if their identity is invalid, you would have someone who doesn't wear women's clothes, doesn't use the toilet sitting down, right? Doesn't have any attempts to look feminine at all, right? This is how you would debunk that identity. That they're not even trying to act or look feminine. Right? That's the only way you can do that. So there are plenty of trans people who are that, Lily Tino. And then there are people you can't debunk that with, like Blair White. It turns out there are different people with different levels of are they valid or not. And it's very simple. Which is which? You just look at them. Okay, Blair White, she clearly passes. Nick Cantino, I don't know. It's been a few years. They take our HRT, but just about everything else. Plus the way they act, right? They don't pee sitting down. They pee standing up. They brag about it. They talk about sex all the time instead of normal girl stuff, right? They play with boys. Eventually, it's you're a troll. Right?
Every objection you could possibly make was at
but see, that's the thing that we would do in a defamation case as well, right? See, you can technically prove their identity wrong as well, but you prove it by the way they act, right? So if they identify as female and there is nothing feminine about them, well, they're lying, and therefore it's invalid, right? The only way for it to be invalid is for them to lie. And you can tell if they're lying based off, again, of how they act.
Point covered in that video. So yeah, ideally watch it.
It's called pattern seeking, right? Like a person who truly believes that they are female will try to fit in with the girls, Just like a person who truly believes they're a Lord of the Rings character. There's probably someone who does. I know I said that nobody does, but there probably is someone who does. They would definitely seek to match like the actions and beliefs and whatever portrayed by these characters.
Link in the description. But as it happens, just a week before I uploaded that video, someone else made a video explaining...
Right, and you might say that's just a LARP, but if they do it long enough, they believe it. It's sort of like Jedi as a religion, right? It's probably started as a joke, but it is a full-fledged religion now. People do believe that the Force is real.
Why? It's actually my...
But it wasn't a thing at first, right? I'm going to be honest. I think it most likely started as a joke.
That's wrong. This YouTube ain't big enough for the two of us, so I figured I should check it out and just...
Well, I mean, that's a little incorrect there, Buster. It's big enough for 3 billion users now. It's about 3 billion right now.
Decide who...
I guess it's 3 billion in two of us. I guess there you go. Yeah, flex the number of YouTube users against all Rumble lights, and Nebulies.
Who's the person?
Nebulians. There we go, Nebulians. So Nebula, the left-wing guys who all left YouTube, they're the Nebulians, and Rumble, the right-wing guys who all left YouTube, are the Rumblers, right? And then you also have the Odysseans, which are the retards who got kicked off of YouTube and nobody wants around anywhere because they're fucking pedophiles. And they say they're right wing, but then they like all have groomer allegations for some reason. And like half of the time they're completely true, and like a couple of them even go to prison. Like it's like, okay, yeah, like if someone uses like Odyssey or BitChute, that's a big red flag to me. I know it's not all of them, but like, goddamn, dude, how many fucking times does it happen? That's like someone's like, and it's like they're on Odyssey. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's like, what the fuck?
Wrong here. I mean, maybe
it's like when they're on Odyssey and they don't ever post on YouTube, though. It's like basically that's what they do. I have no idea why, but like, I guess it's like they're too right-wing for Rumble, and I guess Rumble, they push a line at pedophilia, but then they have Sneeko on there, so that's not true either. But then again, Sneeko is a registered ex-Mr. Beast employee, and all registered ex-Mr. Beast employees are sex offenders. I made a joke of this several times, by the way, where Mr. Beast, right, like, you could make a joke about, like, Ava, Chris, Tyson, Sneeko, and all them by saying, like, they're from the ex Mr. Beast employment registry, right, instead of the sex offender registry, because they're basically synonymous now.
So I mean, right away, the title's a bit interesting.
And yes, that's the joke.
It's never about chromosomes. What's never about chromosomes? Also, how about that channel name?
I mean, it is about gametes, I guess, but... And yeah, like he does discuss that it's 2% of the 0.2% of the population, which I have said, by the way. But the thing is, that's for like biology, right? Obviously, it's always about the gametes, and chromosomes are only there as a way to say this is your sex when you don't have gametes, right? Right. So like the point is, some people don't grow gametes, so they still need a sex, right? But the thing is, do they really? Right? Because the whole point of sex in the first place is for reproduction, and if you don't have gametes, you can't reproduce. Right? So you're basically a sexless individual if you don't have chromosomes, right? Because the entire... Right? And you might be like, but that means like... And the thing is, like, they're still useful for boys and girls, right? It's still useful to have a boy and have a girl. Right? These are, like, the thing is, everyone's like, the categories are still useful. They're social categories, they're social constructs, and they're still useful. Animals do them, so clearly they're useful, right? Just, I mean, people are like, but there's gay animals, yeah, and they're still, hierarchies and stuff, right? This is ultimately the thing, right? All of this is basically like, okay, a boy should do certain things, a girl should do certain things, right? There can be exceptions, though, in a modern society, right? You have gay people, right, who do certain things that regularly boys wouldn't do, right? And if lesbian, right, regularly stuff women wouldn't do already, right? And you have trans people who are like, they're a boy that wants to just be a girl, right? And that's kind of like it, right? You know, basically. Oh, you also have non-binary people who just don't identify as like either of those, right? And, you know, because that's the thing, there are certain things where it's like either considered like a profession where nobody really cares what you do, right? Like, for example, you know, for example, a good one that like is kind of like gender neutral, like it's generally perceived as gender neutral is like a teacher, right? Teacher's male, teacher's female, no one gives a fuck. No one really gave a fuck since like really never, right? You would learn different things from men and women, but they were always your teachers, right? Your parents were always your teachers, and then you had philosophers, etc. Now, at first, most of them were men, but there would still be women philosophers even back in the day. Just a lot less of them, right? And so that's one of those positions, right? Doctors, again, similar. Women would have one way of doing medicine and men another way, but ultimately, like, these were fairly non-binary jobs, right? But then sports, right? Olympic sports is like a dude's thing, right? So, like, that's why, like, you know, because men are stronger, like, biologically, right? That's, like, one of the things that your testosterone does is you get stronger muscle mass, right? And part of that is, well, we don't get like any fancy like stuff, right? Like mallards or lions do. So instead, us guys get, instead of fancy, I guess we get beards, but instead of fancy like other things, we get fancy muscles, right? Because all men are always the fancy ones in a species. Right? Men look fancy to get the woman, not the other way around. That's why women have it easier when it comes to getting sex, because men are the ones that are responsible for doing the do. Right? And a big, strong man is healthier, right? It turns out a fat woman and a fat man tend to have autistic kids, and that's a disorder. And the cause of it is obese parents, right? You know what I mean?
Expert opinion. So does that mean every single opinion this guy has is one of an expert? That's quite a bold claim. I assume he means the categories of man and woman are never about chromosomes, because that would actually be relevant.
And by the way, if your parents are fat, you're gonna be a furry. Just so you know. Well, like if your parents are fat and it's 2025, you're gonna be a furry. You know. just so you know, that's where all the autistic people go right now, right? Trans, furry, all that, right? And the reason is because, you know, like when you're born from fat parents, you get autism, right? I know, because that's how I got it. That's how you get it, just so you know.
To trans identity. But, well, isn't that about chromosomes most of the time, not never? Karyotypical variability beyond XX and XY is pretty rare in human beings.
Well, yeah, I mean, really, like, the thing is, there's no such thing as a non-binary, like, sex, except for, like, sexless species. Like, I guess sponges are non-binary, right, because they are asexual. But, like, you know, like, that's not what non-binary means. Like, we're talking about societal roles when you talk about gender. Obviously, chromosomes, you know, are one thing. But when it comes to what role do you play in society, that is what gender is referring to, right? And so transgenderism is basically saying, like, someone who breaks the binary, like, in more than, like, 5 categories, I guess, right? It's like if you break the binary and like you date a woman, you're just a lesbian, right? And you're a woman, right? If you break the binary and you're a man and you play with dolls, right? You're just an action figure guy, right? Right? You know what I mean? Or a gooner, right? Because, you know, Barbie dolls, like, you just like the titties of the dolls, you know? But if you if you break it enough to, like, you're a guy, you wear women's clothes, you dress effeminately, you take hormones to, like, effeminize yourself, right, and all that, you got your tits, etc. Like at that point, like, and your job is like you know, like a nurse or a vet. At that point, you're just a chick, right? Like at that point, you know. Now we could still say there's biological stuff for sports, right? I think sports-wise, no matter what, we should have biological categories for the simple reason sports are dangerous, right? Like, the only sports that don't are like things where it's like weapon stuff, right? You don't have like a all-female shooting gallery thing, right, in the Olympics, right? Because why would a man or a woman be that much disadvantaged by that, right? Can you shoot a gun? Good. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter after that, right? Because once you learn to shoot a gun, right, the only disadvantage a woman or a man has is their skill. So a woman can be a better sharpshooter than a man. In fact, didn't a woman win the Olympics against a dude? The last Olympics, right? Because like that's the thing, right? It's a weapon thing, especially ranged weapons. Once you learn that it's the skill gap more than the strength gap, especially guns, because you know the strength gap is can you hold the gun and can you pull the trigger, and so you know the last thing is can you aim, and well that's a skill, right? So aiming as a skill can be learned pretty easily. Like between the sexes, not pretty easily. It takes a lot too. I know for a fact because of my experience with light gun games, I suck at aiming shots. You know, granted, I go for headshots, so you know, in real life you go for body shots, because that's how you kill them, right? But yeah. So, and the reason for it is, you know, there are still biological advantages, but they're not between the sexes. Like, the advantage would be, like, are you far-sighted, nearsighted, right? That's what your advantage would be, right? If you're 2015 vision, right, an object that's 20 meters looks like it's 15 meters, then you've got a biological advantage in a sharpshooting contest, right, over a guy that's 20/20, because you see things that are farther away better than he does, right? And at the same time, a guy with 20/30 vision has a significant disadvantage, right? Because they see things that are farther away. They're closer better, and farther away they see worse, right? That's, by the way, the definition of 20/20. It's not a good thing, it's an average thing. So the average society is built on 20/20 vision. So that's what, when they say perfect eyesight, they mean adequate for what society is built around and the average for mankind. It's not good eyesight, and the reason for it is humans don't have good eyes. Biologically, we are kind of okay with eyes, right? Your cat, if you have a cat, is way better at seeing things than you are. But that's fine because we don't have to. But like that's just how it is.
According to this study on screen, it's about 0.2% of all births, which is to say 2 in every 1,000 people. Now, that's not nothing, definitely not. And also, I'm not saying that study is absolutely perfect. I'm sure someone could find issues with it, and maybe the numbers are slightly off. But it's hard to imagine it's massively off, so I'd say at least like 99.5% of people have the chromosomes you'd expect based on their phenotype.
Oh yeah, no, so this is the thing, right? If we're arguing about biology instead of sociology, obviously, yeah. This is why, like, I think sports is a topic that trans people lose on, right? Because, yeah, it's a sport, guys, right? Like, bathrooms, it's kind of neutral on whether they win or lose. It's like, are you a pervert or not? And then it's like, that's where, the line is drawn there, right? So, like, people can perv, but most people who actually do enough to pass aren't perving on women. Right, so like if you're Nick Cantino, get the fuck out. But if like you're like well, to be fair, Nick Cantino did perv, so like there's not even like a discussion of would they. It's like they did, right? They factually did. We saw them. They recorded it themselves. Right, and same with Dr. Disrespect in the boys' room in TwitchCon, right? Everyone forgets about that. He also did that. Everyone's talking about the did he like talk to a minor thing. I'm like, he went to TwitchCon and filmed the bathroom. He already broke the fucking law, guys. And we're like, well, it's not illegal. Like, it should be. I don't fucking care if it is. It should be. It's illegal in Florida for a good reason. It should be illegal every fucking where. Like, I don't give a shit. That should just be illegal. You're filming people pissing and shitting without their consent. That's a sexual act, basically, for some people, that you're filming without their consent.
That is a hell of a lot more frequent than never. And more to the point, even when chromosomes aren't what you'd expect in the binary, that doesn't mean they don't matter. They actually matter a hell of a lot, especially if you want to have children, for example.
Well, yeah, like, I think like that, like, see, these are the things, right? When it comes to that, yeah, absolutely. But, like, that's not what we're talking about with trans stuff, is it? I think, to be fair, I'm talking about a different video than, like, I'm talking about his first video in this video, and I'm talking about, like, and I'll probably talk a bit about this video in the other video. I've seen his videos. I haven't talked about him because, like, it's, like, okay.
Considering that reproduction is the entire basis for life, and the reason why...
And the thing is, by the way, this will be yet another video that a trans activist did not respond. I might be trans, my girlfriend might be trans, and I might love trans people a lot. I'm not a trans activist, though. So you're still 0 for 3 if you respond to this one, because... yeah, I think that, like, you know, I think he has certain valuable points, but, like, the problem is when he tries to go after, like, do trans people exist or not kind of thing. Like, because that's when you're talking about the identity, right? You can talk about all this other stuff, right, and have very many valid points, especially when it comes to sports and, like, you know, just the facts of life. Yeah, you're not going to have a trans woman do the birds and the bees and, you know, produce the flowers and the trees. Obviously. Nobody with a brain is saying that. There's people without a brain. And, like, you know, PragerU, you know, we all know his belief in mpreg. It is not real, Dennis Prager. Men cannot actually get pregnant. Those are women who, I don't know how they had a penis and still had the kid, but those are supposed to be women. Yeah, no, it's fan art, right? It's a fetish, right? But, like, I find it funny that Dennis Prager has an mpreg fetish. I will always, like, this is the funny thing, right? I will always make fun of, like, people for their fetishes that are weird, but I do it in jest. Like, I don't ever, like, kink shame and, like, I used to with lolicons, but then I'm like, yeah, well, as soon as that slipped very fast. Yeah, That's why I don't make fun of them jest. I mean, in like anyone in malice for their kinks anymore. I'm like, hey, are you doing anything bad? Yeah, well then I don't care then, right? Like, it's weird, but I don't care as long as you're not doing anything bad, right?
Any of us are here right now. I don't really see.
And like lolicon is probably like the weirdest one you can go through, and it's still like, who cares?
Or you can claim that whatever it is, it's never about chromosomes. But immediate thoughts on the title aside, let's actually jump into the video.
Here's the usual story. We're all born with either XX or XY chromosomes with one of two kinds of parts between our legs, eagerly waiting to fill our preordained roles.
See, this is ultimately the issue, right? This is what they're talking about when it comes to gender. Is your role as a society being decided by your sex, right?
None of that is true.
Okay, wait, I'm already confused because you just said that none of that is true, but then the text that flashed up said incomplete. But incomplete would mean that actually it is mostly true, it's just missing some important...
Yeah. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. Society did used to run like that, which... I'm kind of glad it does. Well, to be fair, society used to also have military-aged men and 14-year-old women be like the standard relationship. And by women, I mean girls, but like that's what they called them back then. Yeah, I know. Very fucked up, but that's where we came from as a society, right? And it was only like 100, 200 years ago that we like stopped liking that at all. In America, at least. In some other parts of the world, it's still like that, right? Yeah, it's fucked up.
Important extra details. That's what incomplete means. Also, it seems a bit...
I mean, I would say the UK, but we all kind of know the king, and, let's just say, just like Joe Biden, but, like, apparently they're a monarchy, so, like, I guess the king sets the law, so, like, at least with us, the president doesn't just set all the laws, right? I mean, obviously the king doesn't anymore. It's like their monarchy. It's like this is just like some actress at this point, or some actor at this point. Like the king has authority, but it's like no real authority,
that you've conflated chromosomes with genitals with gender roles.
Like the monarchy is decided by the monarch is like just there, but like the laws are, and also the prime minister and all that are decided by parliament instead of the king.
Very different things. As we've just established, chromosomal anomalies happen once in every 483 cases. Genital anomalies are literally 10 times more rare, occurring once in every 4,500 cases, approximately. By the way, full disclosure, I haven't actually read either of these studies in full. Standard disclaimer applies that the numbers could be kind of off, but I'd be very surprised if they're massively off.
They're not massively off. Basically, it's rare. It happens, but it's rare. But have you noticed, like, the issue there, though? You didn't address the text housewife and carpenter. It didn't say man or woman. It said housewife or carpenter. And this is the issue. You're talking about, like, biological sex. They're talking about societal roles. And you just don't understand what the conversation of transgenderism is talking about, because you don't understand that, because you're a white liberal male who's never actually had to worry about that. But most societies, that man does one thing, woman does other thing, and that's it.
I wish I had time to read the study for myself.
And that's kind of like the issue they're actually addressing. And so, like, as long as there's this disconnect, right? Like, we can talk about, like, how, trans women should not be in women's sports because, there's just too much of a biological advantage for the muscles, right? That even after enough hormones, right? Maybe by the time they get, like, enough of a hormone reduction that it actually, like, starts to disadvantage them against other women, they also can't compete as an athlete. Because by the time you get that much estrogen in you kind of, can't really run that good anymore. So, like, you stop really having... Like, you don't have heart problems, because you'll stop at that point, obviously. But, like, you can continue and get heart problems, actually, and cancer and shit, but I wouldn't do that. But, like, you also get, like, the lower muscle mass and bone density that women have, right? And so, like, at that point, you're no longer advantaged, but you also, like, can't compete anymore, because, like, you're basically having, like, a woman who, like, a soccer mom versus, like, a professional athlete. Like, women who are professional athletes are going to wipe the floor with you at that point. So, there is a point where you do stop having an advantage, but at that point, like, you also kind of, like, just can't compete anymore, Like,
recently bought a house with my wife, and that has involved a good amount of DIY, which is why I have some paint chips on my fingernails, because I've been working on...
Oh, nice. That's actually pretty dope.
More info about all of that will be forthcoming in a subsequent video. By the way, our first mortgage payment came out on the very day that I started working on this script, so hopefully this video does well. And if you've ever needed a reason to support me on Patreon, let this be it, and I'll just say a thank you to those who already contribute. You're all very appreciated. Anyway,
Yeah, mortgages suck, I know.
Anyway, and then after all of this, you have gender roles represented by being either a housewife or a carpenter. Now, I don't even need a study to tell me that variation in gender roles is way more common than either of the signifiers of biological sex you mentioned. And more to the point, you can choose to change your conformity to gender roles, whereas you can't change your chromosomes or the genitals you were born with. So it
But that's the point, right? They're talking about the societal conformity. That's like I know you don't understand this because you're like our societies have advanced past that for hundreds of years now. But like this is like why that the thing even exists. Really, I'll be honest. It's because there's primitive people around, and like that's who it is about. Right, like we would be like, okay, you can just like dress as a girl and whatever, you'd be fine, and whatever, right? But like back in their societies, that's not how it is, right?
It just seems weird to take two things.
So like this is actually what it is about, and not like what you think it's about. I know.
You can't change, and where variation is incredibly rare, and then take something that you can very easily change and is massively variant in the Western world. Sometimes when people conflate these things, it just makes me worry they're going to do some sort of manipulative equivocation or bait and switch argument, so I will keep an eye out for that.
When you're born, the doctor assigns you a sex based on your parts. Unless someone ran a karyotype test to diagnose a problem.
Well, yes, obviously, because you know, like that's the most visible one.
Nobody knows what chromosomes you have. You could have XXY chromosomes, for example, or just a single X.
Okay, so parts here is a bit misleading. It makes it sound like sex assignment is this incredibly myopic thing, when in reality it's actually very holistic. Our sex describes whether our bodies are organized around facilitating the function of the small or large gamete in sexual reproduction, and our external genitals...
Right, but when did we learn that, right? The last 200 years. When did we start all this stuff? Thousands of years, right? So you're saying what we know now, very recently, was what we knew thousands of years ago when we didn't even know what a cell was. And that's why, like, you kind of look like a retard, right? Because you're implying that that's actually how we do things when it's not.
Indication of that deeper reality. With that said, unsurprisingly, since our genitals are indications of how our body is...
And by a retard, I mean, like, yes, like, you do look like a retard when you deny the thousands, well, really millions, you know, there have been humans for millions, but really like thousands for civilization, right? We'll just go with civilization. So, like, from, like, 10,000 BC to 2025 AD, right? Right? It wasn't until like about like 1800 AD that we actually had any of this. So like for over 9,000 years of civilization, we had none of this, and now we do, right? So like yes, we do now. Over 9,000 years later. But, like, we didn't back then. For over 9,000 years.
Function with regards to one of the most important things in life, reproduction, turns out it's a very reliable indicator of that thing. That's why, of course, the chances of a chromosomal anomaly, if you've identified someone's genitals, are very low.
Right, but we know that now. Which we also didn't really know that at first either. Like, at first, like, when we first discovered it, we thought they were 1-to-1. Then we found out later that they weren't. Right, and this is the thing, right? People discovered this very recently. We have done this for thousands of years, right? Now, we ended up being mostly correct. Like 99.9% of the time, we're correct. Fair, right? But that's like we were guessing based off of the genitals throughout most of human history. You know that, right? We might be correct, but that's not, like, it was a lucky guess. Well, not really a lucky guess. You know, if the odds are 99.9% in your favor, right? And then again, they got it wrong the 0.1%. Now we can get it right later 100% of the time. But, you know, but like that wasn't like how it was back in the day. We were just 99.9% accurate without even actually knowing that we were 99.9% accurate.
And we just assume, because it's a safe thing to take for granted, that once we've identified someone's external genitals, we can anticipate what chromosomes they are most likely to have.
Right, but we know that now. Like, ultimately, the last 200 years, we've had a very fantastic scientific boom in biology, thanks to Darwin, right? But Darwin and Gregor Mendel, right? These are like the founders of modern biology, right? Well, also the guy who did germ theory with these, I forget what his fucking name was, but like these are the three founders of modern biology, right? You could say Carlos Linnaeus, but like taxonomy, it's like, okay, this is just like, okay, humans are kind of like, humans and baboons have 5 fingers and lips that kind of like are expressive and rubbery. Well, Jim Carrey face, you know. That's like Jim Carrey's just exercising his lip muscles his whole life. By the way, I can't do that because I don't exercise them that well, but he can, right? But like monkeys, like they're very expressive too. They have 5 fingers, 5 toes, right? You know, one of the toes is kind of like different, that bigger than the other, has 2 bones, the others have 3. Same with the fingers, 3 bones in the fingers, 2 in the thumb. The thumb is more opposable, right? And so this is like what all apes have in common, right? So humans are apes because of that, right? That's taxonomy. You know, and then evolution says, well, we all share common ancestors. So, you know, we all came from some ancient pre-bacteria life way back when, called an archaea, right? So that was where we all come from, right? We all come from one or maybe a few. There might have been more than one species at first, right? But they're definitely like it wasn't like billions and billions of species. I don't know if there's that many, but like there's definitely millions and millions of species. There's a lot of fucking species. You know, like most though, like because another thing, right? Most aren't even like eukaryotes, right? So like we're eukaryotes, right? So we have a nucleus in our cells, and then most eukaryotes, right, aren't even animals, and most animals don't even have a spine, right? Like there's like a couple million, like not a couple, like there's a couple 100,000, maybe like 500,000 species of like animals with spines, and then there's like millions of insects, right? And shrimp and stuff, right? And then like you go to like plants and there's like 100 million of them, and then you go to like and fungi too, right? And then you go like outside of plants and fungi and all that, you go outside of eukaryotes and there's like a gorillion species of bacteria. It's like a new bacteria species every fucking day, right? We had like how many fucking different species of COVID, right? Like COVID is SARS-2, right? That's the actual virus, is coronavirus SARS-2. And like, you know, the alpha variant was species 1. We ended up getting an Omicron variant, which was the one that we have today, before it died down and stopped being like deadly, right? Omicron isn't deadly, but like Delta actually could kill you. Like that's where like most of those most people ended up suffering blood clots was they got Delta, right? It's either that or they got a vaccine that was very poorly produced or was produced from Delta. Like, you know, to have like the Delta, like that disease was fucking wild when it went to the Delta phase, because that was like, you will die tonight. And then all the others were like, yeah, you'll get kind of sick. It'll be like a cold. Really bad cold, like you'll wish you were dead for a bit, but you'll be fine. And then Delta's like, you will die, and if you don't die, we will make your life hell, and you will be like frozen forever and ever in like a tube till the end of time with long COVID. and then like Omicron came out, and it's like it's not even a bad flu. It's like just a cold, right? Because anyone notice that with the virus? It's like, holy shit! You went from like kind of dead, kind of serious to holy shit, dude! What the fuck? That's a pussy.
There are lots of rare anomalies we could have in our body, many of which have nothing to do with sex, but no matter what, they're not really focused on until they potentially present a problem.
Some people are born with ambiguous parts. This is more often from a hormonal imbalance
A very, very some.
than from chromosomal shenanigans.
Whoa, some is doing a lot of heavy lifting there to describe...
Yeah. I mean, that is a very fat sum, or I guess maybe a very skinny sum, maybe. And maybe the sum isn't doing heavy lifting. Maybe they're doing like I think the sum here is very emaciated, dude. Like, I agree with him here. Like, when it comes to the science part of it, yeah, they don't really have any valid takes here. When it comes to the, like, actual history part, they do. Because, you know, historically, it is true, we just looked at the genitals, and we didn't even know any of this shit. We just ended up being correct. Yeah.
0.02% of people. By the way, with regards to that study I presented, as low as that statistic seems, it might be even lower with regards to what we're actually talking about. Because genital anomalies could include genitals that are unambiguously either penises or vaginas, just not your typical example of them. Penises and vaginas are two fundamentally different things, so it's worth noting there is no in-between state here where you could have a very penisy vagina or a very vaginary penis, as if it would be possible for those two things to cross from one into the other.
Yeah, like, the thing is, right, like, he is right on here, right, like, and it, like, this is why, like, you can make them into the other things as well, by the way, right? Your clitoris, your balls can become a vaginal lips, and your your penis can become a clitoris, and vice versa, because of that, right?
Only possible ambiguity with regards to the binary would be if somebody had no genitals, both genitals, or a third type of genital. Now, there is no such thing as a third genital for human beings.
Right, and like, I don't know if null is actually a thing either outside of furry porn. Like, it's hot as fuck sometimes, like you know, like, cause I'm in the vor, and sometimes, like, the genitals just get in the way. So it's like, yeah, like if you're an anal vor, right, and it's like yeah, sometimes I don't want a dick and balls or a vagina ruining it, like, you know. Right, like sometimes I just want, like, the butt and nothing else, right? So like for that, it's like, well, yeah, it's hot as fuck sometimes, but like it's only really like for certain things.
And I'm not even sure what that would be like. As for people having both genitals, that is extraordinarily rare. So rare that it would make 1 in 4,500 seem like a commonplace occurrence.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Like if you want to know, like, how rare it is, let's just say this: the first person, like, every time someone has it, like, had it in, like, history, they were a goddess. Or like you know what I mean? Like, there was like 5 or 6 times, I think, it's been documented in history, and like every time, like, there is, like, you see it documented, there's like someone who was like that. There is also like a book about them where they were like a Greek goddess. It's hermaphrodite, right? Which is literally where the term hermaphrodite comes from, by the way. So, like, you'd have things like that, right, where there would be myths and legends about it. That's how rare it was, right? So like, he is correct here. It is extremely rare.
I'll get into it right now, but there's a video by Rubble of Empire.
Like, if we're talking about biology, like, guys, the science is settled. Men 99% of the time have a functional penis and sperm, and women 99% of the time have a functional vagina and ovum, right? Well, maybe not 99% of the time functional, but like they'll have those, and then if they produce them, 99% of the time it'll be ovum or sperm, right? Because sometimes you just don't produce them, but you get the idea, right?
He looks into this, and it appears that the instances of true genital hermaphroditism in human beings isn't 1 in 453, it's not 1 in 4,500, it's not even 1 in 4,500,000. Instead, it is 1 time in all of recorded medical history. So in terms of ambiguous genitalia, this just leaves people...
I think like there was 2. One was hermaphrodite, but like, and like there was like another probably in like China, but like it's very fucking rare, right? Because like to put this in perspective, they the amount of religions that have a hermaphroditic deity, basically like there's one every like 500 years. They'll have like one new deity that has that, right? So putting it in perspective, 500 years is a lot of generations, right? So that's like once in like 50, 60 generations, right? Nah, just fucking around. So like 50, right? Yeah, about 50 generations, yeah. Never mind, yeah.
No genitals.
50 generations.
Which is a lot more common, but still not very common. There aren't that many Ken dolls walking around.
Either way, you have a baby that's otherwise healthy but falls outside the popular conception of sex. They could grow up to live as a boy or a girl or something beyond, but how do they decide what's right?
Alright, so are you genuinely building your argument here on the foundation of a tiny, tiny proportion of the population who can't easily be sorted into male or female? It just seems weird to me to make a video about how it's not about chromosomes, they don't matter, because they can only be accurately predicted 99% of the time. But then say that what we really need to be focusing on, what really matters...
Well, like if you're talking about research, sure, because the science is settled on the... on the other stuff, so maybe research, sure, because, if it happened, it's so rare that you kind of do need a bit more research on it, for when it happens again, because once every 500 years it'll happen, so, what do we do in 500 years when it happens again, but at the same time, because it's so rare, society should not focus on that. Right, society doesn't need to focus on that. It's just okay, we just don't treat you like shit. There we go. Doctors, scientists, sure, absolutely. I'm not a doctor or a scientist. I'll treat you like a normal person regardless. It doesn't matter there, right? I'm sure most people will, right? This isn't trans stuff even. What the fuck is this shit? I always hate it when trans people bring this shit up, because, what the fuck is this shit?
Is these babies with ambiguous genitals,
right? I bring this up when someone says, Crowder would be like, there's only XX and XY, because no, there various other things. It's you're either male, female, or a mutation. It's you do realize male and female are also mutations, right? Mutation, deformity, whatever, right? What deformity means is that it's outside of the norm. So that's not saying it's not a third sex, Crowder. There isn't one, but that's not how you prove it, right? A rare third sex would be a deformity, right? That, right? Because it's not the norm. All deformity means is that it's not a normal occurrence. You're not expecting it. Right? It's unexpected when it happens, right? It's a deformity. They can be bad. Some of them can be benign. Some of them can actually be beneficial. It doesn't matter. They're all deformities, right? But that you're talking about the norms when you say it's a deformity. So that doesn't say it doesn't happen. That just says as a general rule, you can say it's male or female. But if there is a third sex ever, right, where it's in between hermaphrodite, right, in humans, that wouldn't mean that it's a mutation. That would mean that it's a third, that wouldn't mean it's a deformity. That would mean it's a third sex. It's so rare that it ends up being a deformity, right? Deformity is just a classification for being abnormal. Obviously, it's abnormal. It's rare as fuck, right? No one needs to tell you that, right? But it being abnormal doesn't mean it's not a different thing, right? So if someone does have two functioning pairs of genitals, that does mean, right, that there's a third one, right? And we could say it's in between, right? And that's just the thing. It would be a non-binary thing. But, like, it's so rare that society doesn't have to worry about that, right? Even if it does happen, right, it's like, it's not like it matters. Like, okay, you got tits and a dick and a vagina, right? Like, yeah, so, like, you're still a girl. You just got a dick there too and some balls, right? You know, like, it would be very rare that happened. I'm like, okay, you're a chick with a dick and some balls, but you also got a vagina there too. Like, hey, you got a whole package. Everything, you got everything. I'm like, you know,
make up like
I'd be like, can you make your own kids? Like if you stick, like that's what I would be like if you just would you get your own? Like, obviously not, because that's like, that wouldn't make sense. But, you know, it would be kind of like weird, you know. But, like, other than that, like, I'd be like if I'm working every day with them, I'd be like, I don't care. Right? You know what I mean? Like, society wouldn't have to change to adapt to that, is what I'm saying.
Percentage.
Like, just be nice to people. Okay, most of the time that's like how society functions. Okay, well, then we don't have to change anything. We're just being nice to you again. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, if that's how society runs, be nice to others, and they'll be nice to. And be nice to treat others how you want to be treated. Be nice to others, and they'll be nice to you. Right, kind of thing. Like, do we need to change anything about that? Like, for this, I don't think we do. Right. So this is the issue, right? With this kind of video that he's talking about, I don't think it's debunk. This is more like he doesn't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I understand what they're actually getting at, but, like, they're taking too fucking long to get there.
Cases.
About half of us are assigned female at birth, and about half are assigned male. One half is supposed to push an entirely new person into the world, and the other is supposed to sit nearby looking helpful.
Oh, is that some more conflating gender role stereotypes with science? Isn't this section about science? Isn't that what it said at the beginning?
Well, yeah, this is more history than science and sociology. Yeah.
Shouldn't you be talking about, like, science?
Well, I mean, it is kind of science. Like, that's how people behave. But, like, it is weird to have these stereotypes be, like, but they exist also for a reason, right? But
what you're doing is associating the objectionable aspects of social gender with the scientific reality of these sex binary and human beings in order to make the latter appear suspect by association. I hope nobody in your audience actually fell for that, because they're clearly different things.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, the former is what trans ideology is about. I have no idea what the fuck the latter is about, right? I mean, like, yeah, sometimes there's some like, wrong things there, sure, but, like, it's very rare. You're right. The thing is, the video is, like, I don't know, is the video even on trans ideology then? Like, what the fuck is this? Because the trans ideology is the former. Just so you know, that's what trans ideology is. It's the former, right? That these gender roles, right? Like, you know, if man is if it's societally acceptable for men to do X and Y, and women just have, like, W and Z, right? And then a woman does X and W, or X and Y, even just goes full on X and Y. And then man does W and Z, right? Right. So now it's like, you know, you're doing the female stuff, and then she's doing the male stuff, right? And, like, you know, that's basically reverse, right, of female and male societal expectations. So you're kind of, like, doing the opposite. You're across from the proper side. You know, you're trans the side, right, that you're socially supposed to be on, right? and then people who are, and then men who and women who are doing the things that are typically for men and women are cis, the side that they're supposed to be on, because that's what those words mean, by the way. Cis means on the gender, like on the like cis means like on the correct side, and trans means on the other side. I know it's weird to like, but that's what those words mean, right? So like transform means to have a form that isn't like that isn't what you should have, right? So like metaform, right, is a different thing, right? Metamorph is for, you have transmorph and metamorph, right? Metamorph is like insects, right? Insects metamorphize because you're supposed to do that. Transmorph is like you're not supposed to do that. Right? These are the words, what the words mean. So they refer to like men are supposed to do certain things and women are supposed to do certain things. And this is how society rules it. And then society says you're not supposed to do certain things as men and women. And then trans people are those who go against what society says men and women are supposed to do. That's actually what the words mean, right? Like legitimately, like even gayness is a level of trans. I know it's stupid, but that's what the words actually mean, right? It means any defiance of gender roles that are like socially acceptable is trans. So another thing, right? You could argue that as it gets more socially acceptable for this to happen, trans ceases to exist, which is also a thing that's true, right? The entire point of transgenderism, right? The entire actual point is to eliminate them to the point where the word trans is meaningless, actually, right? It's government society that makes them have a meaning. Right, so like it's like, okay, that's true. Right, and I think like there is some places where it shouldn't eliminate the meaning. Like I think sports is one of them, right? And of course you can't eliminate them with like, you know, the actual sex. At least not yet. We don't have robot cat girls yet, guys. Elon Musk did not invent the IRL cat girls yet. He will eventually, but like they aren't a thing yet. Okay, we got to simmer down. Sex is still like not on the table, like, you know, for you know, that to be conquered. It will be. Like, eventually, like, all this will be, like, gobbledygook, right? And they're actually, even the sex will be able to be changed. But it's just not a thing yet. Like, maybe, like, 100 years, guys.
We can acknowledge...
Like, we already are able to, like, manipulate the genes in people. Just not while they're alive, like, before they're born. And it's called eugenics, and it's kind of frowned upon, but they do it anyway, right? Like, did you know Japan just used eugenics to eliminate Down syndrome in Japan? There's going to be no Down syndrome kids in Japan soon because of eugenics, right? And that's the thing. It's a weird, wishy-washy science, but, like, that's what it actually is, right? I bring this up because I saw a Jaded Delay video where someone tried to say that the good genes line that's Sydney Sweeney did to sell genes to people was eugenics, and I'm like, no, it's a joke. You could argue it's there to bait people who would listen to that dog whistle as a actual Nazi thing into giving them more attention, which would give them more money. But that's not being a Nazi. That's just being edgy and marketing.
Biological males as biological males.
Like, it's like, we know you'll call us a Nazi, so call us a Nazi. We'll get paid more that way.
While also recognizing
right.
that they can and should be physically and
because like if no one called that like Sydney Sweeney a Nazi for that, you know what would have happened? People would have talked about it less and they'd make less money with those genes. That's what would have happened.
Attentive partners and fathers.
Yes, there are biological differences among the sexes. There are also differences that feel biological but aren't.
Okay, so we've now left the science section and moved on to the social construct section. what have we learned? Well, we've just learned that there apparently are differences between males and females that aren't biological, even though people think they are. Presumably that's talking about gendered expectations. The same gendered expectations that this guy kept bringing up in his discussion about biological sex, if anything, adding to this confusion rather than dispelling it. Nice one. We also learned that incredibly rare...
Yeah, no, his video is very poorly edited.
Anomalies that complicate the sex binary exist, although there wasn't really any exploration of the wider implications of that. I mean, maybe the implication is supposed to be that there isn't a sex binary, but well, that obviously wouldn't make any sense.
I think like the implication is that it doesn't really matter as much. I don't know. Like that part is really poorly edited. Like my thing I would say is like the implication it doesn't matter, right? You just treat people nice regardless. Kind of like a medium ground. Like it's like, the implication is society doesn't actually need to change that much, you know? Like, yeah, it doesn't actually need to change that much.
At all. Chromosomes don't define the sex binary. They are...
Well, like this is ultimately the thing. Like I think everyone thinks we need to change society because there's like a 1 in 100 million chance that someone has both. And I'm like, so like you know, like most people be like, can you afford the khakis or not, bitch? Or I guess bastard or bastitch, there we go, that's your word. Can you afford them or not, bastitch? No? Okay, get the fuck out of my store. like, you know, we wouldn't have to change society much. I said treat people nice, and then I had the guy who runs a store treat them like an asshole because, you know, that's called humor.
For it. So,
but yeah, we wouldn't have to change society much. The idea that there would be any real implications other than, I guess, like sometimes it happens this way is preposterous. Like society, if society has to change, society is retarded, right? Because it's like, oh, we must treat it like, you know, because like then what? Like, how would America really have any problems with that, right? Like, we're a melting pot. So, how would that work, you know?
Biological male develops into a...
I guess he's not. They're mostly a white nation, although they seem to be a cultural melting pot, too, recently. I mean, like, how many of it is... Like someone made a video dunking on the new James Bond game for, like, having a bunch of black and Indian people. I'm like... That's just the MI6 nowadays. Like this is just like modern day James Bond, guys. Like the only reason why it was all like white people back then is because that's MI6. Back then wasn't like, but now it's like actually accurate to how it is now. So it's still good.
Biological male, even if he has the wrong.
Because that's the thing. Like the characters are also based off of a real organization, and so that's what, like, modern day MI6, it's more believable that there would be a woman in color in charge just because, you know, you got your H1Bs
for it,
or whatever the UK calls them.
Still make him a biological male, unambiguously. Likewise, if a woman develops biologically as a female in every single sense...
And yeah, with the government, they don't do DEI for, like, jobs like that, so it's always going to be H1Bs. Like, the woman who's Indian is actually phenomenal at her job, right, kind of thing, right? Now, I don't know if that's in the game, but, like, in real life, when you see, like, an H1B, that's not DEI, guys. That's like the opposite of it. Like, those are like, these people are so merited, and we don't have people of that merit here, so we're going to import them because we need more merit in our organization. That's what H1B is, right? It is MEI. It's just MEI is like most Americans ain't actually that good at the job.
Except she has no external genitals, we can still recognize what function her body was otherwise organized around, and therefore infer, if she did have genitals, what ones she would have developed. If you were looking at a limb that was, by all accounts, clearly a leg, in terms of its bone structure and muscle mass, and the simple fact that it's attached to the torso at the groin, but then it didn't have a foot, would you conclude that it might actually be an arm, or would you conclude that based on what you
All right, well, I'd conclude that it was a leg, right? Because I know anatomy, right? However, right, would I necessarily conclude it's a human leg? Because, depending on what it is, right, it could be a different animal's leg, right? Because there's a lot of animals that have a similar structure. Because pretty much most animals have a very similar skeletal structure kind of thing. But yeah,
able to observe, if this limb had fully developed, it would have developed a foot. But even if you're not that convinced, or this sounds like special pleading to you, bear in mind that we are talking about
well, no, that sounds not like special pleading. That sounds like so a leg, right, without a foot, right? That's not special pleading. That's just basic anatomy, yes, a leg doesn't need a foot for you to figure out it's a leg. If it's got gastrocnemius instead of enconius, it's a leg. If it's got quadriceps instead of triceps, it's a leg. If it extends, if the extension, right, so arms extend, right, so your extension is this way, right, extension is bump, right, sideways. If it extends frontways, right, so your quadriceps extend backwards, right? So your arm moves forwards, right? So this is extension, right? This is your triceps, right? That for your quadriceps, right? Let me show you. Your quadriceps, this is extension, right? So you move backward, right? You move backward. I can't show it, but anyway, right? But because your quadriceps, are in the front of the leg, and your triceps are in the back of your arm, right? So they do different things,
tiny fraction of the human population.
Oh, actually, no, it's the opposite, right? Extension is forward with the leg and backward with the arm, right? Because extension is this. Sorry, put flexion on you. Ugh. Sorry. Apologies.
That actually is so ambiguous in terms of their biology.
I don't know how I got that wrong.
That we would struggle to categorize them as either male or female. So, for the vast majority of people, sex might as well be binary. And I'm left wondering, what exactly was this expert opinion guy supposed to be proving about the science here?
The labels man and woman come with expectations for how to act, how to dress, how to live. Are you a girl who wants to wear jeans with big manly pockets? That's not very ladylike. Are you a boy who cries when Jessie's owner outgrows her? Man up.
Oh my goodness, guys. Prepare to have your mind blown. We may be about to discover that having strict expectations for the roles and behaviors of men and women in all facets of life is kind of dumb.
There's no...
Well, yes, that's actually trans ideology. I know, it's you're we debunked this, and it's what did you debunk? It's we said exactly what trans ideology is. But we disagreed with trans, you just said what it was, my guy. You actually just said trans ideology. This is trans ideology. The idea that this is dumb is trans ideology. You're agreeing with trans people. We would call about ideology, I should say, right? When it comes to transness, you're not trans, that's a different thing, right? Trans is when you personally feel the societal expectations that you believe are dumb, you would be more in line with the female than the male, right? Or you would probably be in neither for non-binary, right? But yes, when it comes to the ideology can just be simplified to societal roles being enforced by your genitals is stupid, and we should do away with it. That's trans ideology, guy. That's what that is. You just said what it was, and now you're saying you disagree with the ideology, but you defined trans ideology there and agreed with it. this is like the issue. Like, you don't understand what the ideology and stuff is, right? Identity is when you, right? Like, so, man, this is like the real thing. Like, I think activists really poison the fucking discussion because, like, I feel like this guy is like, he has listened to like Nick Cantinos and shit so much he forgot that like most people don't fucking like Nick Cantino.
First, making girls wear clothes with tiny pockets, or stopping boys from crying at old Pixar movies. Otherwise, we'd all behave exactly as we should, and this video wouldn't exist. This is baggage we place on the sexes as a society. That's gender, and that's what people mean when they call it a social construct.
Wow, so there's gender, and that's distinct from sex, and in fact this idea of gender can be harmful? You know those feminists we got nowadays? They probably wouldn't like this idea that women are expected to behave a certain way and perform a particular role simply based on the fact they're women. Yeah.
Right, so transgender, right, so transgenderism, right, is the idea that, you know, so like, here's the thing, right? Transgender, the idea of passing and all that, the reason people do that, right, is they want to, like, the idea that it's dumb doesn't make it go away, right? So, like, you're saying, well, feminist, like, okay, so feminists agree with trans ideology then. So why are we fucking arguing, right? Because trans women, right, the entire point is they aren't allowed to do these things, right? And I'm talking about bathrooms and sport. Like, there are certain things where, like, women are like, this is our thing, right? And you're like, you're reading books, right? Like it's not like, because that's the thing, right? Now, granted, they're reading porn books because it's a women's adult book club. Every woman who reads it goes to book club, like, what they're reading is 50 Shades of Grey. They're not reading like Pinocchio, right? They're reading 50 Shades of Grey, or you know, or like Yuri on Ice, maybe. Maybe they'll read like some. If they allow manga, they'll have Yuri on Ice. Maybe they'll have like you know, like all those like weird furry fetish books you see on Amazon, right? Like this is the thing. Women love erotica novels. 80% of women love that shit. Like let me show you like everyone's like, women don't look at porn. You're right, but they still like look at something, right? So let me show you like the woman porn. Amazon. Just gonna like tiger. So all right. So I know like this is not the actual search. Let's do furry. Right? Let's just do furry. Let's just search furry. Can we see books? Hey. Yeah, Beastars is a good example. This was written by a woman, right? And you know this, right? Because it's a gay furry novel, basically, right? It's like most of these things. It's like, okay, this is a woman, right? Like kind of book. Like you could just search up furry and kind of figure it out just for yourself, right? A lot of these are like Owen and Katie, right? You get like male and female teams writing these, or like females writing these, right? And like this is like how you know like the stereotypes are dumb, because everyone's like, women aren't into porn, and like, oh hell yes they are. They just into the more imaginative kind, right? You gotta read and then like associate those words with the things you're fapping to, or I guess plapping, right? Like this is the stereotypical females read this book, right? So like yeah, that's why I mean like even gay people are kind of like outside of that binary. And so like if you're you know, a trans woman would basically be a man who goes to book club is already kind of like a trans woman in like the societal role of, you know, of like so like let's say this is like a man's acceptable space right here, right? So this is like the sport, like this is like boxing, then this will be like like or sports club. This will be like computer science class, and this will and you might think, oh wow, this is like so sexist and shit. Yeah. And so like trans women, right? Like so like it's like I want to go to book club or like learn to knit and stuff or like do band camp, right? So this is like you transition to this, and this is like what you do now, right? So that's already a form of transitioning is okay. These are what's accepted to you here, but you do these things instead, right? That's trans, right? And then cis is like this is what expected for you, and this is where you are, right? So like this is cis, you do what's expected, and trans is you do what's not expected, right? There we go. All right. And so like that's what the words actually mean. Now it turns out pretty much everyone these days is in a little bit of this area, like the gray area, right? You'll do some things here and other things here. And like the reason why a lot of people think like, oh, that's not trans ideology, then it is, but like society has already woken up to the point where a lot of this shit is dumb, to the point where like most people are in a gray area, and that's why that's why there are attacks on the trans community that were never a thing back in the day, right? In the early 2000s and early, even all the way back to the early 1900s, when someone transitioned, they just said like the preferred gender of the person or preferred identity of the person. And the reason why is because back in the day, it wasn't like this gray area was natural to people. So now it's natural to people. So it's like, why do trans people still exist, right? It must be perverts and stuff. But like back in the day, it was like this thing was a big thing, right? Like the idea of you are a man with a penis and you're doing woman things, right? Even if it's only one or two, and like there's a zillion things you could do that you do that are manly. The fact that you do one, but that's the thing, right? After enough transition stuff, now everyone's in a gray area, right? Most people do some manly things and some womanly things regardless of their gender. And so it stops making sense to you, but that's actually the good part about it, right?
That probably...
And so now it's like, trans is like, okay, bathrooms and sports are like the only contested things. And I actually honestly agree that bathrooms kind of should be a gray area, and sports absolutely no, unless it's like gun sports or something where it's like there's literally no advantage, because that's my point, is that there's an advantage. But yeah,
critical of gender critical feminists, I guess you must agree with them, right?
I think of gender as a two-sided...
Well, yes, except no, because the reason why we don't agree with them is simple. Gender critical feminists say this is stupid, but then they say, well, you can't do this though at the same time. But then why, right? If you think it's stupid, why is it not okay for me to do it, right? And be like, well, I don't think. Then you're not like most gender criticals then, right?
On one side, there's the performance. When you size someone up on the street, you quickly put them in the man column or the woman column and expect them to act accordingly. A man is likely to be assertive, to be dominant, to harass total strangers. A woman is likely to be passive, to be subservient, to warn others about harassment.
Okay, so this would seem to be suggesting that gender performance as a whole is a bad thing. Like, the example he gives of typical male performance definitely isn't a good way of behaving. So this would seem to reinforce the idea that the problem is with this concept of gender itself, and gender definitely isn't something that we should enshrine in our society by talking...
Well, that's the thing, though, right? We don't enshrine it with transgenderism, though. How do we do it?
About how important it is to respect people's gender. I mean, should we respect men's gender when they express it, perform?
Well, no. Here's what I should do, right? You're a woman. I'm going to call you as such. You're a female. You're a bitch. You're a hoe, right? and I'm just going to keep calling you that, right? And it's going to be how I call you from now on, right? So Queen Critical, right, is going to be their identity from every time I cover her from now on, right? And she's not going to get mad at it at first, but eventually it will start to tick at her if she keeps covering my videos. Because this chick is going to just realize, right, that it kind of gets annoying when what you identify as, you just keep getting hammered that you're not actually what you identify as, right? You're something else, right? And so I'm just going to keep doing that, right? And be like, well, I don't identify, like, you'll be like that now. Like, this is the thing, right? And I might not be able to do this alone, but this is ultimately the thing. You don't have people say X the entire time. You don't have people say you're a chick the entire time. Like, this is, like, ultimately the thing, right? If we got 100 people to just hound you every day, you'd learn real quick. And you'd stop. Right? Now, I'm not advocating for that, but we can end up, like, saying, we'll just do this, right? We'll have this be an experiment for us together. Everyone will call you Queen Critical. You'll be referred to as a chick involuntarily for the next 2 years by everyone you meet. It has to call you female pronouns and all that, right? The entire time, right? Everyone, including your wife, right? We got to get her on the experiment too. And eventually you'll just be like, yeah, this is fucked up, right? And what we did to you, right, is we called you something you didn't want to be called. That's all we did, right? We called you something you did not actually want to be called, right? And that's all you need to do, right? So it's not like with gender, like, identity, the thing that it like that is like, just what do you want to be called, right? That's it, right? When it comes to all the other things, it's like, this is kind of bullshit, right? And then this is like, yeah, you agree, right? Okay, but you don't agree, right? Because the thing is about here is simple. This, right? There's pretty good evidence that you actually think that these things should be enforced. You just think that only the things that are currently enforced right now should be enforced, right? You think things should not change from where they are. They should stay where they are right now, and that science, as it evolves, should never actually evolve here, right? That's why when people call you a conservative, right, that's what they mean. You want to stay where things are. Conserve the tradition that you have. Now, you're like, well, I'm kind of left on all... It doesn't matter. That's not what left means. Left means liberation from tradition, right? So whatever the tradition is, you're liberated from it, right? Like, that's what those words mean. You know that, right? Right.
Through harassing women in the workplace.
On the other side, there's our...
and you might be like, well, I'm British, so I'm still left-wing to y'all, right? Yeah, you are. Like, I'm still far right compared to him, because, like, I'm an American. Like, I got some gun rights, and I also beat our ass in every war we fought.
Feelings about the performance. Your dad says you should play football.
And that's ultimately a thing, too, right? All you have ever, right, is force, right? There's no such thing as rights, there's force. Rights are, right, like, the idea of a right is, like, so you have gun rights, right? So, you want to know how you keep that? Through force. You want to know how you keep your First Amendment rights? Through force, right? If the government says you can't speak and then tries to send, say that, and then they send, like, a police squad to arrest you in your house, you no longer have the right to freedom of speech. You lost it, right? How did you lose a right? Well, it turns out there's no such thing as rights. There's force, right? Are you being forced to comply, or are you not being forced to comply? Right.
The new valet. Your boss.
Count Dankula knows this very well, and a lot of people are going to find it out very soon as well.
Smile more, but you'd rather tell him where you can shove those words.
Here's an idea. Maybe we shouldn't call your feelings about gender roles part of gender. Isn't that kind of confusing? Like, this guy's saying that gender is made up of two sides: expectations of your performance and your feelings towards them. So if you're a woman and your boss tells you to smile more, that is your gender. It is your woman gender because it is a performance that is expected of women. But if you respond to that by feeling some kind of negativity, then that is also your gender. Those are your feelings about the expectation of the performance. So obviously being told to smile more is woman gender. We're all very clear on that. But what about not?
I mean, that's a little weird. I mean, that's just working a job. Like if you work at a McDonald's, you're supposed to smile more. You're supposed to be, hey, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order? Right? Like that's just your job. If you're not smiling, you're scaring the customers away, bitch. Like that's not a gender thing. That's like, bitch, we're losing money because you frowning half the time and scowling at everyone. Fuck you. Do your job. Smile more, bitch.
Not liking being told to smile more. Is that woman gender as well? Or is it man gender? Does a woman who doesn't like being told to smile have man gender? Put a pin in that. It seems very counter-liberation to take a harmful construct and then say that you not liking that construct is itself part of the construct.
It's the performance that makes the gender. There's no heads-up display telling you a stranger's chromosomes, so you can only tell by how a person carries themselves.
Wait, so what happened to gender being a two-sided coin? Now you're saying that it is just your performance that makes your gender. And then you're mentioning chromosomes, but who mentioned chromosomes as having anything to do with gender? Didn't you just say gender was about two things? Your performance expected of you and your feelings about that performance. Neither of those things were chromosomes, but now you're saying that clearly gender is about performance because you can't see people's chromosomes. Also, didn't you say that part of gender was, in the case of women, being told to smile more? So does this mean that we shouldn't tell women to smile more based on their chromosomes, but rather based on how they present themselves? That could make for some interesting HR meetings, like, hey, being harassed is part of...
Well, no, that is part of the job. If you don't, this is the funny thing, right? Women are just wrong on this. No, smile more. like, bitch, you're costing me money. There's no HR meeting required, right? See, Karens are ruining society. The dry vaginas are making humanity extinct. Literally, that's what's happening. We listen to women who have never been fucked, and society is crumbling as we speak. You are listening to the problem. And this is the thing. The reason why that's the problem is very simple, right? It's very easy to explain. Very easy. Watch. Okay, so a woman has never been fucked. She doesn't understand reality. And the reason why is very simple, right? Very, 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 very simple. Very simple. She's jealous of other people being happy, right? Right? And it's the same thing with incels. She's a female incel, right? So she's jealous of other people being happy. So she wants them to not be happy, right? It's the same thing with male incels, right? Like, Karens are female incels. You know that, right? J.K. Rowling is a female incel. She hasn't had sex in 40 years, so that's why she's against trans people. But like, her vagina is dry, right? And it's the same like with if a man gets his dick like dry, right? He gets blue balls, right? It's like, it's annoying. He starts to feel like insecure and jealous and stuff of other men, and like starts to treat women like shit, right? It's the same thing with J.K. Rowling. Her vagina is dry, right? The solution to that is to tell her to stop hanging around a guy who got ousted by his ex-wife for being addicted to Futanari porn. Two of them, actually. And have their opinions of trans people warp her mind for eternity, right? Because that's what it is. Jesse Signal and Glinner are trans porn addicts. Like, this is literally truth about them, right? Their wives kicked them out of their houses because, well, ex-wives now, because they were fapping at chicks with dicks the whole time. And that's why they hate trans people. That actually is why. That factually is why they hate trans people. The idea of any of this being like any real like thing is nonsense. It's all, they're addicted to trans porn. And then J.K. Rowling is just listening to porn addicts for her opinions on things. She's like saying she's independent, and she's being the least independent person of her group. She's a slave to literal trans porn addicts. And like, if you try to explain that to people, they dismiss you. But it's literally true. It doesn't matter if you dismiss me or not. It's factual. Right, you could just look at the timeline and look at like what and look at when she started, and then it just adds up that David Glinner getting kicked out of his house for fapping to Futanari women on 4chan is exactly what led to J.K. Rowling being transphobic. She is being misled by a porn addict, and it's hilarious. It's also hilarious when people dismiss me because I'm right. Like, it doesn't matter how many times y'all dismiss me. I'm factually correct. Right? You dismissing me just makes it even funnier.
Her gender. She was asking for it. Didn't you see what she was wearing? She was totally performing her gender. I mean, isn't the whole underlying assumption here that we should need to know whether someone's a man or woman so that we know how to treat them? But why? Shouldn't we treat men and women pretty much the same ordinarily?
Well, no. And here's the thing, right? Here's the reason why. It's very simple. Very simple, right? Because it's not actually how things work, right? Like, if you like, notice how your society is crumbling. The UK, you're talking about mass censorship and all that. Why do you think that is? Who do you think's behind it? I can tell you who it's behind it, right? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You're gonna be like, holy shit. So like, this is the people behind the UK stuff, okay? So like watch and be amazed as I show you a picture of them. So dry vaginas. Dry vaginas everywhere. Right? Like let me show you like a photo of them, right? This is the people behind the censorship that you're disliking. I'm noticing a pattern, right? Want to know what the pattern is? A bunch of fat, ugly bitches that no one wants to fuck. That's the pattern. That's all you need. It's a bunch of fat women who are incels.
Especially if we don't know them that way.
If we want it.
Incels are bad, whether male or female. It just turns out that's why they're incels, right? Nobody wants to fuck these women because they're overly censorious cunts, right? That's why nobody wants to fuck these women. If they just let men speak and be edgy, they would get laid, right? Right? So it turns out, right, that you're trying to like eliminate the gender roles, right, is bad. But trying to like overcross them too much is also bad, right? And that's actually why, right? See, the reason why trans women shouldn't be in women's sports is the same reason, right, why these Karens trying to legislate gender critical ideology into legislation is also bad, because you can't actually eliminate it completely. There's going to be parts of it here and there. So what you actually need is a compromise. And the way we do it, right, here we'll do it, right? Trans women and Karens, right? Both of you are kind of incel coded, right? So what we'll do, right, is we'll have this like this big event, right? And we'll invite the incels too. We'll have Synthetic Man and all his army of non-fuckable men like come join us, right? We'll have a party in like a Trump Tower, right? Yeah. And like what happens is like, you know, there'll be a furry dancer, right, who just dances there and like puts on like a boombox, and like it just like has some like weird like boom, 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 and like some right sounds going on, right? And then like you'll just be instructed to do what comes natural, and everyone will fuck, and then everyone will be happy, and society will heal. I'm laughing, but I'm also correct. This is how you heal society. This will get rid of all that censorship overnight.
Decouple sex and gender with a hot take. Nobody likes a genital inspector. Unless you're actively practicing medicine, there's only one reason to want to know what's in someone's pants. With that attitude, you can carry yourself however you like.
Okay, so what you just did there is very much not decoupling sex from gender, because what you just did to try to decouple sex from gender is say that we can't know what somebody's sex is because we're not allowed to look at their genitals. Now, ignoring the fact that sex is indicated by secondary sexual characteristics beyond just your genitals, isn't the implication of what you're saying?
Yeah, no, so the implication of what he's saying is very simple, right? Men and women need to fuck to be happy. Like, you actually do. That's why, like, whenever a man and a woman finally have a kid when they're depressed, they stop being depressed, right? I know it's a very weird concept, but that's the thing. What men and women feel a lot better having had a kid because sexual reproduction makes you feel good inside. Like, it actually does, like, make you feel better, right? And so the problem with the problem with this stuff, right, is that they aren't doing that, right? Right, like, so the solution, right, is very simple, right? Watch this, right? Watch this, right? Watch this. Like, I'll show you a solution, right? Right? So we just do this, right? We just put some sexual tension between them. And there's nothing more sexually tense than a JoJo episode. Like this is the gayest anime ever. Everyone's straight, but it's the gayest shit ever. So the only gay character is Dio, right? And he keeps getting his ass kicked. So like the series is about a bunch of muscular men beating up a homosexual, right? It is about a bunch of heterosexual like men beating up a homosexual vampire, and like this is like the first like 3 seasons, but like even then it's like foiling his plans after it, so they're still beating him up, just more metaphorically, right? So like that's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, like a series of a bunch of straight muscular men beating up a gay twink vampire, right? And this is the gayest thing you've ever seen, right? Like, this is the most homosexual coded anime there is. I shouldn't even say coded, it's that fucking gay.
Saying there that if it was socially acceptable to look at other people's genitals,
like people talk about Frodo and Sam. No, just a single, any 2 characters on JoJo. Like, you gotta do the like series like that guy. Like that's gay as shit too.
then we would
Like, it's one thing to do it in front of chicks, but he does it in front of 3 fucking men. Like, like what the fuck? Like, yeah, you don't show that off to dudes if you're not gay, or at least a little, you know.
be able to decouple sex and gender. But what I would say is that we
But like that's the thing, right? You could say he's just comfortable with his sexuality, right? But what does comfortable with your sexuality mean, right? Well, it means you're okay doing gay shit in front of dudes, right? But so you're just a little gay then, right? Is what that actually means.
couple sex and gender,
Like, it's fine, right? But that's what that means. And this is ultimately the thing. Like, you're saying this is what this means. But, like, here's the thing, right? You want to know actually why women should smile more when their customers are being abrasive? It's very simple. That's your fucking job. Your job is to smile and say, hey, may I take your order? Welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order? Hey, welcome to Walmart.
First of all, not coupling them in the first place, but if you encounter someone who has, for some reason, decided to conflate the two things in, say, for example, a YouTube...
Like you know, like this is one group of the worst people, right? It's like this is one group of the worst people, right? This one. And so this is going to be the next group, right? I'll show you the next group. Alright, I just had to get this picture right away first. So this is Synthetic Man, right? This is the other worst group of people in the world, the incels. So we got the femcells and we got the incels, right? Now the problem is both of these people have a personality that's just completely unfuckable. So how do we solve the people who never had sex are pissed off at the world because they've never had sex, and then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because them being pissed off at the world because they've never had sex is what makes them unfuckable in the first place. So if they had sex, they'd stop being pissed off at the world, but if they had sex, they'd stop being pissed off at the world for not having sex, and then they'd become better people and thus be more fuckable, right? So the solution is just to have these people have sex with these people, right? Because these people are the same way, right? And so what you do is have Synthetic Man and have this woman, right? And have like Devin, right? His brother, right? Like he gets this woman, right? And then just like have like Joshua Moon, he gets her, right? And you have like you'll have like you'll give this one, right? This one will go to heel versus babyface. There we go. And then this last one, fuck. Ranting for Vengeance. We're gonna give him this one, right? And so there we go. Like we just solved the issue there. Like there's no unfucked men and no unfucked women, and so the issue's solved.
Video.
Everyone's happy.
Hey, actually, whether someone's male or female should have very little bearing on how you'd expect them to present themselves, or what they would like, or how you should treat them. A message that can be distilled to stop stereotyping people based on their sex. That should do the trick. Gender and sex are now decoupled. I mean, don't run...
Well, it doesn't actually decouple that, though. That's the problem.
Inspecting people's genitals anyway, but even if you could see someone's genitals, that doesn't mean that you can, based on that, assume loads of sexist stereotypes about them.
You might have noticed.
I mean, I can actually. You want to like I could just look at your haircut and assume a lot of things about you and be correct. And you can do the same with me, right? Like the idea that these assumptions are false and like it's impossible to like have anything correct about them is also false.
You could be a man or woman. What is this? Like, please, for the love of all that's holy, just pick a position and be consistent. Is being a man an open free-for-all where you can be masculine or feminine and everything in between? Or is it a narrow bucket where we'd expect lots of people to fall outside of it and instead be non-binary? Because if we are accepting that there's actually all sorts of diverse ways someone can present themselves while still being a man or woman, then how is there actually any room left for non-binary?
Some folks might want to wear a suit with eyeliner and lipstick. They might want to crochet and mow the lawn.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? What you're talking about is the issue you're talking about is very simple, right? One, this is an identity, but it's also like a social construct. This is not a social construct, this is just an identity, right? So non-binary means like you would identify as neither, right? And gender can be you identify as the opposite social construct of your chromosomes, or it could just not be that, right? But like it's also a social construct because society has expectations of you based upon your sex, and you can't get rid of that, right? We've seen it, right? We could just look at the UK, right? So like, right, mass stabbing, right? UK. Right, we'll just look at this. Right. Or another thing, right? We can also just look at this, right? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this, right? It'll amaze you. Right? Oh shit, that's in America. What the fuck? Like that, all that shit. Like, I don't know. But like, a bunch of people, there we go, some burnings and stuff. Yeah, you get the idea.
Whatever they do, they've adopted...
Also, here's another thing, right? I can just say why you're inferior, and this is simple. UK is an inferior culture to America for one reason and one reason only. Right? So, like, you see this, right? That's beans on toast, right? That's beans on toast, right? Now, right? Right, so we got beans and toast somewhere around here. We'll see it, right? And so just having this one thing be a delicacy in your country, right? Starving African food, right, is a delicacy for you guys, right? Let's look at American food, right? I made my point.
Identity beyond the fixed binary choice. So
American food's way better, right? Also, American weaponry. Like, watch this, right? This is American weaponry, right? We got an AR-15, right? We can also get like a Walther. Okay. Right. Walther, you know, we can get that, right? We can also have oh yeah, Winchester Model 70, right? Right. This is from Dirty Harry, by the way. The Cold Anaconda. Right. And also, to be fair, I'll be fair, right? I'll also give the SIG P. Which one, right? That's that one. Yeah, this piece of shit. Right. But outside of this piece of shit, right? This is a British weapon, right?
We broadly call these folks non-binary.
Okay, so even though wearing dresses was given as an example of a way that you can be a man, wearing a suit, but then also wearing makeup, means that you are not a man, but are instead non-binary. So we've learned a lot there. Man wearing a dress? Fine. Man wearing makeup? No, not a man, non-binary. And don't even get me started on crocheting while mowing the lawn.
Well, yeah, that is a non-binary activity. What are you talking about? Yeah, I love how he starts to look like he's playing a character, but he's actually contemplating. Yeah.
Ooh. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but a lawnmower just went off, like literally. I mean, I don't know if that's going to make a noise, but I couldn't have asked for a more appropriately timed lawnmower to start.
Yeah, but where are you crocheting, right? Also, it's knitting, right? Knitting is better. Knitting is objectively better. Want to know why? Because it's an American thing. Crocheting is a British thing. British. And, like, we still have freedom of speech for a couple of months. You guys don't have it all. You never had it.
Now, I assume...
Like, here's the thing, right? When you tell the king that he's a fucking melon and he's a pedophile, right? You get jail time. When I call the president of the United States a pedophile, I get applause from one side of the aisle and boos from the other, but I'm never arrested, right? Because I can just do that, right? Right, and I can say I did it with Biden, I did it with Trump, right? Kind of because they're kind of sus, right? With you, right? You can't, but I can call your king a pedophile, right? King Charles, you're a pedophile. You rape little boys and girls. Fuck you. Leave the kids alone. See? Flexing my American muscle. I have more power than you.
I would say, well, no, obviously, if someone still considers themselves a man or a woman while doing this stuff, then they would still be a man or a woman.
If you're wondering why I stopped engaging with him, it's because like he's not even trying to. Like the video is horrible at explaining anything. So it's like transgenderism isn't that the idea that the gender binary needs to be abolished or kept, right? It's more the idea of society is going to be like that anyway. So as long as society is like that, you should be allowed to express yourself in certain ways. And if you do that, you kind of have to do certain things to get away with that. Because otherwise people just harass you and beat you up and shit. Right? So he's like, well, gender, like, it doesn't matter. It's going to be that way. And so, since we can't get rid of the gender binary, the gender construct at all, what we do instead is say, "Hey, maybe we should allow people who express it, right, to do something to, go a different path, right?" And so that's why these words exist in the first place.
But my question would then be, well, why even do this whole charade where you pretend that it's all about gender expression and gender performance? In fact, you literally, like a minute ago in the video, said that gender is all about what performance you're expected to do and your feelings about that performance, and you said the focus should be put on your performance.
Well, right. So, here's what I would do, right? Here's, as a trans woman, right? Here's what I'll do, right? So, if you call me a man, right? I'm an American, and if you say it to my face, you're on my property, right? So, you're trespassing, right? So call me a man again. Solution solved, right? In Britain, though, I'm like, boy, I got a butter knife. Oh yeah, you're right. See, this is the thing, right? I can defend my property to the point where it doesn't matter. You will change your mind if you want to be on my property, right? That's just how it is. But you can't do that in UK. So I guess that's what it is. You guys don't have the right to express your personal autonomy and what you want to be identified as to other people because your pedophile king, doesn't allow you to have freedom of speech. Like maybe the solution is to not have a child rapist be a ruler of your country. But even then, like, America has had that, and we've still been fine. We've had a child rapist for at least the past 3, well, I guess 2, but like 3 terms, right? 2 presidencies, 3 terms, right? Well, I guess 3 presidents, regardless. You know what I mean?
But now you've conflated gender with being a man or a woman, which seems to suggest that you think that whether you're a man or a woman is about...
We also had, like, 2, like, mentally ill candidates in a row. Like, technically Trump wasn't very mentally ill the first time, but now it's like, you know, we got Sleepy Joe and Dementia Trump, and now also another thing, right? We've also got 2 dying presidents in office, right? We had in a row, right? Like the first term, obviously he wasn't. Now he's got diabetes and like and symptoms like of heart disease. Like he's got like this yellowing in his hands and shit that shouldn't be there. He's going to have a heart attack in a couple of years, and not this year. Hopefully not, but because I think I don't like JD Vance. I'm just gonna say it right now. I'm not a fan of JD Vance, and like if Trump dies in office, like for those who are wondering what would happen if he got impeached or if he died in office here, I'm just gonna tell everyone who's in the Democrat side, JD Vance will just get in power and do what he wants to do instead. And I think JD Vance is worse. So I don't want that to happen, right? JD Vance is basically assassination insurance. Like it says, like JD Vance is so insane. I do not want Trump to die. like if you think Trump is bad, JD Vance will make you think like Trump was gumdrops and rainbows. Okay. I also realized it paused at an O face. That's a big O. That's what she said.
Gender you are performing. But then even earlier than that, you were talking about people having expectations about the way that men and women should behave, and you were making it sound like a bad thing. But how can it be a bad thing when, according to you, that's just part of the way that men and women are defined? I don't know.
Well, it's very simple. It's a bad thing, and it's part of the way that we're defined. And, like, those can be 2 simple things. Right? They can both be true at once. Did you know that you can do bad things as a society? Society can just be bad the way it is. It needs to change. It's almost like this guy's an activist that you're doing the video about is an activist. And so, like, you can't be an activist if society is good, right? Right, this is why they're always finding new issues. Because activists, by definition, lose their job as soon as they get their shit together, right? As soon as they get what they want, they either have to make a new crisis, right? Which is why, as soon as J.K. Rowling went against trans people, what happened? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. You made a video on it. Wait, not that. Right here. Here you go. You made a video on it.
I think when we get to the end of this, I'll just present my take on all of these different categorizations, and you guys can let me know which one makes the most sense. The one thing that I don't want to escape your notice is that we now do finally have an actual official definition for what it means to be a man or a woman. It is about performing gender roles that match up with people's expectations.
No, that's not the definition of man or woman. The definition of man is XY and woman is XX, right? Because it was penis or vajayjay, but like we changed that when we found out more information. And really the definition actually is, do you have sperm or ovum? But we use chromosome when that definition doesn't apply, right? That's actually the definition. Gender, right, is a social construct that can be useful sometimes. In like, hey, when it comes to, like, on average, you should expect, like, certain roles to be filled out by certain people, just generally in a society. but like the problem with it is the type that you believe it should be enforced, right? Like it should not be enforced, it should just be a thing that happens naturally. Right? Like most men will be most construction workers will be men. Most veterinarians will be women. But it doesn't mean you can't be one as a man or a woman. It just means like that's what you're going to expect when you go to a job like that. Like they say garbage man, even though there are garbage women, they just say garbage man, right? There are garbage women, but like we just say garbage man for like when we assume the job, we assume it's gender, right? Because of that, right? But it's because of like what do you expect men to do as chores? Now women can do those chores and often do, right? But who do you expect, right? And these are two different things, right? Gender for stereotypes, right, is useful in like what is like the expected, right? Will basically be like, well, do I think, like if I hear the title, what do I picture in my head, right? That's what that means, right? And there is no like, it's men for garbage, right? Now that doesn't mean women can't do it. It's just that's what you expect. It's the same thing with like computer science nerd. You expect like kind of like chubby man, right? And that's what you get most of the time. But sometimes you get women, and sometimes those women are really good at their jobs and like the best, right? Most of the best coders are Indian dudes, like gay Indian twinks, and like old women, right? Everyone knows this, right? Like you know it, I know it, everyone knows this. But the average programmer is like a fat white guy, right? They're not the best usually, but they are like the most common because those are the guys who tend to get into that field. And then outside of fat white guys, you have twink Indians and old women, and they tend to be way better than the fat white guys. Right, like that, and that's the other thing, right? Because of how, and the reason why is partially because when the exceptions that prove the rule, right? Because that's how exceptions work, right? When they exist, right? What happens is people who get in those fields who are Indian or women tend to have to be so much better at the job to get the job, right? That they end up excelling so far ahead that they're the best at the job by the time they get it. Right? So actually like isn't really necessarily a good thing to require that, but it's not actually required. It's just that's just what happens anyway. Like it's sort of like all those like ideas of like women empowerment movies, except it just is naturally what happens. Like women overcome the odds to become better than men at the field, right? It doesn't happen in sports, but it does happen a lot in in these fields, right? So those women empowerment movies are fantasy, but they do happen a lot in in real life. It's just not really in athletic fields. Unfortunately, that's just kind of false.
For men and women, and the people who don't do that are non-binary. Although I will point out that in this little chart he's put up there is a hard distinction between man and woman and non-binary, meaning that there is a non-binary versus binary. What do you call someone who exists between the lines separating man and woman from non-binary?
Well, there wouldn't be one, right? Because like binary and non-binary, that's just two different things, right? Like when they say non-binary, right? They mean like in like it's because really it should be called bimodal instead of non-binary because it's like a spectrum. There's man on one side, women on the other, and then like there's a spectrum, right, of where you lie. And if you lie close enough to the middle, you're non-binary. Right? Like if you're like here to here, you're non-binary. If you're here, you're woman. If you're here, you're male, right? And then like this area in between is non-binary, but it's really a bimodal system, right? So it's just like M to like how like you have in video games, you have that stupid shit by one type 1 and 2, which is really just a stupid way of representing non-binary, and it doesn't actually effectively do it, and just pisses gamers off, right? Where it's like one with tits, and then so booba, and two, right, will just be like pecs, boom. So booba and peck, right? Booba, peck, right? That's what you're choosing, right? And there's no like other options there. So it's stupid. Like, why does it even exist then, right? Is like what most people logically come to the conclusion of. Because it is retarded. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Non-binary binary? I mean, surely aren't we all a little bit non-binary? Nobody is performing pure femininity or pure masculinity, so I guess we all must be non-binary binary.
Yeah, no, like, that is true. No one is pure this or pure that. I'd say that, like, let's say, like, if we're going to, if you go past the O or past the E, right, then you're non-binary. That's what I would say, right? I don't know. Like I think, like, this is, like when it's, like, if we're going to go from red to blue, right, it starts to get purple around the M's, right? So whenever you pass the M's in this, it is kind of a stupid thing to represent it with a graph, but I guess, like, between the M's, right? Anywhere between these M's, about non-binary. I would extend it to the M's, though, right? Now, you know, that's just my thing.
English, the most common pronouns for these folks are they, them, and theirs. This usage dictionary has a surprisingly deep history of pronouns. We've used singular they for a hypothetical person since the 14th century, as anybody can see for themselves. If you wanted to refer to a specific person of indeterminate gender, for a long time that was he, which caused friction among the non-he's. But singular they has been the prevailing standard in British English since 2000 and in American English since 2020. Prominent dictionaries recognize singular they even in the 20th century. This Random House dictionary, published in 1987...
Right. I personally don't care about pronouns. It's just an identifier, right? Well, like for me, like, girl, right? That, like, woman, right? Bitch, chick, right? Those words mean something. She means not, like, I mean, like what the, like, that's just a word, right? Really, like, you know, what you do is you use my name, Demi, right? Like Demi, or, you know, like Demi, right? There we go, Demi, right? And that's all you got to do, right? Most people know me as Demi, or Hale, right? They're my persona, right? Most people know me as Demi or Hale. Most people don't know me as, like, you know, like you probably saw it, like Corey, right? That's not. Don't call me that, right? But that, like, that's my dead name, right? But, like, you can call me, like, whatever pronoun. Like, I don't fucking. It's a pronoun, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a retarded word to be even identifying me as, right? Like, I'm not she. I'm Demi, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, call me Demi. Like, she is it's a stupid fucking word. No, I'm not she, I'm Demi, right? Like, this guy isn't he, he's King Critical, right? Like, he is just a word. King Critical is, you know, him, right? Like, that's him, right? It's King Critical, right? Like, the words, pronouns are just like a replacement word after you already know the subject of the sentence, right? So King Critical is the subject of the sentence. He, him is like the word you use as a replacement once we know we're talking about King Critical. And whatever the predicate is, he does. Sorry, I had to catch that in there somewhere. Schoolhouse Rock, you know? So, like, you know, now the thing is, though, a lot of people define transphobia, like, stupidly. Like, they say it's an aversion. No, it is a fear, right? The thing is, people try to say it's a rational fear. I can just use this to say it's irrational, though, right? Would you rather get into a car and drive it than, you know, than talk to a trans person? Right? And here's how you do it, right? Did you know that getting into a car and driving it is more dangerous than talking to a trans person, right? So if you would rather get in the car than doing it, your fear is irrational. Anything you say is irrational, right? Because, like, your fear, right, is less dangerous than getting in a car and driving it. That's how you define rational fear, right? So that's why it's transphobia, right? You get me, right? It's the same thing with Islamophobia, right? I'm critical of Islam, but I'm not Islamophobic, right? And here's the issue, right? I don't think that Islam is actually a bad religion. I think there are extremists who are bad, and you can tell who's an extremist from a regular Muslim by the way they behave and all that, right? A regular Muslim, right, like Muhammad Ali, doesn't act the same as someone who wants to beat his wife and murder people for eating pork, right? Like most of them might not eat pork because it's against their religion, but one of them is more willing, right, to extend like respect to women and just allow other people to eat pork without like caring, right? And another one will literally blow you up, right? And so that's the thing, right? Extremists are bad people. Non-extremists are usually perfectly fine people. Some of them aren't, but they're fine for the thing that they're not extremists on, at least. I'd argue that all not being fine is in a form of extremism, but not everyone is extremist on every position that they're not fine on too. So regardless, anyway, extremism is a bad position, right? It's the same thing. Like let's say we're gonna go with black stereotypes. Black people tend to be there are a larger percentage of criminals are black than white, right? In the United States, at least. So let's just do this, right? Per capita, that is. So and so the way you solve this issue, right? Do you think every black dude is out to get you, right? So if you see a black dude in in a Subway sandwiches shop, you get 10 cents. That's irrational, right? But are they acting wild? Are they starting to wild up? Yeah, it's a violent piece of shit. But that's not because he's black. That's because he's wilding out. And his behavior is what tells you he's wilding out. Not him having dark skin. It's the fact that he's saying, "Yo, bitch, what the fuck?" And when he starts running his mouth like that and gets his hands up like he's about to fight, probably starts taking his shirt up. Okay, that's a violent piece of shit. Fuck him, right? And so that's a different thing, right? Right? So if you look at a black conservative mom the same way you look at that, you're a fucking racist. But if you look at a black conservative mom oh, this is a wonderful, nice pie, right? And it's not the help, so it's not the shit pie, right? Yeah, that's different, right? Because they're different people, and different people, right, act differently, right? So they're both black, but the blackness isn't the issue. The issue is the guy's wilding out. The chick's not wilding out. She's making you a nice pie. Well, this is the shit pie. Then she's wilding out too, but in a different, more passive way. So you kind of can't really be mad at her either, because if she does that, you're a piece of shit. Nobody who will make that makes it for you never have that being made for a normal person. You know what I mean? That is just such a foul thing that the person who it was for, at least maybe not the person who ate it, but whoever it was for deserved it. I can tell you that.
Nor is it a mark of ignorance.
Because it's the extent, right?
If you have
that's not a prank behavior. You're a piece of shit who literally enslaved my mother and is trying to hold my right to vote away from me, etc. Right? Yeah, no, shit pie, that piece of shit, right?
Plural words for one person. Well, notice that I said you have trouble and not you has trouble. The Romance languages, like Spanish and French, aren't so generous. They force binary gender on all people, all inanimate objects, and all abstract ideas. I bet language plays a big role in understanding.
I don't actually think this is a problem, right? And you can also do non-binary in Spanish too, right? Or French, any of these other languages, right? Watch this. Latina y Latino, right? It's Latina, female, and male, right? It's that simple. Latina y Latino. You can say it really fast too, right? And then like for French, it would be I think it's Latina y Latino, right? So you could just do that. I mean, no, it's Latina y Latino, Latina y Latina, right? Like something like that, right? But like each of these, like it's not that complicated, as long as you know like what's the gendered suffix, right? So A's and E's and O's, etc., right? Like it's not that bad.
Gender, but I can't unpack that today.
Whoa, dude, call it with the Latinx erasure there. Latinx is a hecking brave and valid. Anyway, I just let that play.
No, Latinx is a fucking retarded fucking concept. Even every trans woman I know is like the same way, right? And it's like there's non-binary trans people who are like, yeah, this is still my fucking language, guys. Like, fuck you, right? And like notice how there is a way to say it in their language that you don't have to fuck their language up to do it. It's Latino. You don't have to fuck with the language to do it. You just have to say more words. And maybe some people don't want to say it, but there's also non-binary and non-binary O, where you just use the sex for the where you say it, and then like the non-binaries identify their identity, right? It's that simple, right? Because sex is still important as a thing, as a concept, right? So you can still use it in their language, right? And maybe for non-binary, you could also like start with the sex and then end with the gender, and then like end with like the other thing, right? And then like for like the reason why it's E instead of like a 2, right? So like 2 would be trans, right? So you would be male to female, female to male, right? Would be a transition, and then non-binary would be E. So you're just and, right? So you're like, but you start with the whatever is their sex. So a female would be Latina y Latino, right? Non-binary Latina y Latino, and then a male would be Latino y Latina, right? Like if you're born, right? So it's very simple. Very simple. You don't have to change the language at all, guys.
Well, partially because
and like the thing is, the reason why I say it like that is because that's really what non-binary is. You're kind of like you're kind of like a bit of both, right? Right?
Responding to is only 10 minutes.
Like, there are people who say, well, we're neither, and I'm like, here's what I say to that, right? No. Right? I could just say no, right? And the thing is, I don't say no as in like not how they're feeling. I'm just saying like, no, that I'm not going to talk about that, but like it's like, you know.
So I figure I might
like if you want to talk about furry stuff and all that, yeah, sure, you can have like your character, your persona be like that, but you know, non-binary is already weird enough for most people. Like having genderlessness is gonna be even weirder, you know?
Play the entire video here so you can see that there's nothing I'm cutting out because I don't want to.
Even though genderlessness is more common than non-binary than anything anyway, because most species are genderless. There are non-binary species, right? Like a lot of plants are hermaphroditic, so there's technically both, and a lot of like fungi like have more than 2 genders, right? Or sexes, I should say, that have more than 2 sexes. So like there's non-binary like species at least when it comes to sex, not really gender, to be fair in this case, because we don't have a gender. Gender requires sentience. I don't think it requires human intelligence, right? But it requires sentience. Like you're not gonna have a fucking plant know what the fuck any of this is. A cat maybe, but not a fucking plant, you know? SpongeBob is not going to know what gender is, even though like SpongeBob is an animal, he just is a brainless one, so it still counts.
But also because it is just so gratifying to have a full minute, 1/10 of the entire video, that I just don't have any...
Like it still counts, I mean that like he wouldn't understand what it is, because he doesn't have sentience, right? Anything with sentience, which must be an animal, but like doesn't have to, like not every animal is sentient, but all sentient creatures are animals, right?
Problems with? Yeah, you can use they as a singular, gender-neutral third-person pronoun, especially if you don't know whether who you're describing is a man or a woman, or you want to keep it ambiguous. It does sound awkward when you know whether someone's a man or a woman, but you still use they to describe them. Like, this guy is clearly a guy, so it would be weird to call him them. But it felt perfectly natural to use them to describe a single individual when I was describing a hypothetical person where we wouldn't know whether they're a man or woman. The real problem with non-binary pronouns isn't that they are grammatically unprecedented and unconscionable, but rather that we shouldn't want to affirm being non-binary in the first place. Like, this guy's just said some people are non-binary, but he hasn't answered any of the core questions like, what does that even mean? How are you defining man?
Yeah, so like, it's very simple, right? Non-binary is like, you don't identify very well with the like either side of the spectrum, right, of what society expects of you. So you kind of want to be in the middle there, right? And you don't have any heavy leanings or loyalties, kind of thing. It's a weird concept, but like, here's my thing, right? It's simple. Like, it's like a nickname, right? If someone prefers a nickname over their birth name, right? Like, this is like really what it comes down to. That's what you identify them as anyway, right? You don't call him Norval, you call him Shaggy. Do not dead name my boy, right? Right? Like, Shaggy gets pissed off in all the cartoons where he's called Norval, except for Velma, which is a shitty cartoon, because that's his dead name. That's also not the reason why it's shitty, but it might as well be. Like, there are signs all over, like, of why it was bad before it came out. And that, honestly, I'll be honest, that was one of them for me. The fact that he's called Norville. It's also the first one where he's black and he's not a stoner. So they made him black and didn't make any humorous statement about it. And also dead named him. So like, they did all this dumb shit. It's like, they're like, hey, did you know he's named Norval? Like, technically, I'm like, I don't care. He's Shaggy, right? And that's really what it comes down to. Like, most of the trans stuff can basically be like, it's not Norval, it's Shaggy, right? Like, this is how you prove it, really, is it's not Norval, it's Shaggy. It's not Corey, it's Demi, right? That's all you actually got to do, right? That's what it actually is, right? And so, like, the pronouns is just, like, the pronouns of the identity, I guess. But I honestly don't care. Like, if you call me he, I'm like, look, I look like a dude, right? Like, I just started, so maybe, like, if I start eventually passing, maybe, but not really. Like, it's gonna take a while. The shit isn't magic. It takes a bit. Plus, to be honest, I haven't been taking them every day. It's, you know, like, some days I just can't get myself to take meds. There's too much stress on, like, stuff I gotta do and all that. That's more important to me than fucking transit. Like, that's another thing. For me, I guess it's just not that important. Like, yeah, I'm doing it, but I got other shit to do too. You know?
Man and woman, such that we can understand what it would mean for somebody to be neither. And why is any of this?
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not an activist. Like, I got important shit to do. Fuck transitioning. I mean, not really, but, like, also, like, other things too.
Logical,
like looking for a good job, for more money, which also kind of help with transition in any way. Because I'm not, like, they don't have insurance on it anyway. But, like, I never really got it. Like, wanted to get it with insurance anyway, because I'm like, it's like $20 to $50 for a bottle. It's not that much money, guys.
Coherent than the biological sex-based definition. I'm not going to start affirming non-binary identities until I'm convinced that non-binary identities are at least coherent.
You don't.
Yeah, but so here's the thing, right? If you don't do that with a dementia-ridden patient, you want to know what happens? You're the bad guy. You want to know why? Because you're just bullying the mentally ill. Right? So I win. Right? And they win too. Against you and the other person around you and the demon that like is like right next to you just chilling, and then the third demon and the other demon that's like actually violent, and you know I'm describing schizophrenia, not dementia. Fuck, but anyway.
Need to change your pronouns to play with gender.
Yeah, like people like, don't you have schizophrenia? Like I don't have it that bad. Like what I have is like a weird version where like I just see two realities, like what my eyes see and then like my mind imagines other things, and like it's weird, like because I don't see it like this is all what I see, right? But then my mind like sees like a separate thing. Like if this is my eyesight, then my mind will like have like something like up here. I'll just see like whenever I close my eyes, especially obviously that's when it is purely that. But like even when my eyes are open, I see like it's constant, right? You could argue it's an overactive imagination, but I'd also argue that's what schizophrenia actually is. And then like when people get really bad schizophrenia, it's like the imagination merges, right? So right now they're not merged, but like they can merge, right? So I'll just start to see what I see in my head in real life. That's when it gets really bad, though. So I haven't had that yet, but that's what I have, right? Like you know, seeing shit that isn't there, but I see it in my head. I know it's false, right? What I see in here that's false, I know it's false. So I don't have to worry about it. People who have severe schizophrenia don't know it's false anymore.
From earlier.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Why did I cut him off just before he was going to elaborate on this important clarification? The answer is because he doesn't elaborate on this.
But I'll be the first to admit that I could never put on a dress. I just feel awful.
So why does the fact that you would feel awful wearing a dress mean that...
I don't... Yeah, like, that's stupid, right? Like, I don't say I'm trans because I put on a femboy. Like, I will honestly just say this. This is a stupid video. But because I don't feel trans because I put on a femboy outfit. I feel cute, right? That's a different word, right? To be fair, I don't say I feel trans. I'm trans because... I just rather be the other... Right, like so I know I'm trans. So I'm like I don't describe myself as a cis woman, right? I say I'm a trans woman, right? Like I was born this way. Like no, I actually wasn't. Right? Like no, not really. I actually was not, guys. Did you know that?
Well, how on earth does it relate to the fact that you don't need to change your pronouns in order to experiment with gender? The fact that you don't need to change your pronouns in order to express your gender in a diverse way is a huge spanner or wrench in the works for this guy's entire argument. Like, it's just mind-boggling that he casually says this. The last few minutes of this video have been all about, oh yeah, gender is about performance and people either perform masculinity and femininity, or there are people in the middle who don't perform either and they are non-binary and they go by they-them pronouns. Only to then admit that you can...
Yeah, really the issue is, like, the issue with pronouns is that, like, right, like it's any, like my issue with personal pronouns is very simple, right? Pronouns are a retarded concept in the first place, right? The point of a pronoun is that you've already identified the person, you don't want to be redundant, right? That's the point of a pronoun, it's to avoid redundancy. You don't identify as they/them. You identify as your name, and those are just pronouns that make it easier once they say your name already, right? So it's like your name is Carl Weezer, and you go by she, her. Like, no, your name is Carl. And then, right, like, when we establish that your name is Carl and you're the subject of the sentence, we can say she occasionally, right? But your name is Carl. Right? So that's what we're going to call you. We're going to call you Carl, not she. That's not a name, that's a pronoun, right? Like, that's the point. Like, that's really the issue I always had with, like, the, quote, translate out. Like, who the fuck cares about pronouns? It's a fucking stupid thing to worry about. I'm not she, her, I'm Demi. He's not he, him, he's, I don't actually know what the name he goes by, but I will just say King Critical. There we go.
Totally ignore.
Like Mahler isn't he, him, he's Mahler, or, you know, like, he doesn't like when people say his actual name, right? But, like, you know, I'm not talking about the EFAP guy, right? Synthetic Man goes, he just goes by his real name, Kobe, right? So Synthetic Man isn't he, him, he's Kobe, right? J.K. Rowling isn't she, her, she's J.K. Rowling, right? And you say J.K. Rowling, you don't say, like, I forget actually her real name. But I forgot her real name. But, like, you don't say it, you just say J.K. Rowling. You don't say her name, you say J.K., right? And that's because what she wants to go by, right? You don't even need it to be a trans thing, it's just a nickname. Like, that's what you call her, right? And this is the thing, it's about respect, right? This is the name I would prefer you call me, that's what we do, right? And sometimes the name, right? Really, part of the thing is people don't want to just admit that it's a lot of a response to parental abuse. So, like, when someone names themselves Lilith, it's usually their father was a rapist who raped them. And they don't want to identify it with their father because they were rapists who raped them. So they go by something they know will make him mad. And their father was usually like a super religious guy when he raped them. So they're like, well, I'm Lilith then. And it's why you get the name Lilith so often in trans people. It's because their parents were abusive pieces of shit. And so they're like, you're dead to me. Like, really, they say it's their dead name. Really, it's they're killing their family identity off entirely. You're dead to them, right, is what they really mean. And it's really like that's really the thing. They're changing all their shit, destroying their whole bodies with chemicals, etc., to piss their child molester parents off. Like, I'm just gonna say that's the cause of 99% of trans people: child molester parents. I was not just because of experience, it and kind of was mine, but most trans people, that's why they're trans. That's actually why, by the way. Their parents were pieces of shit who pedophiled them,
And express yourself across the continuum of gendered aesthetics and behaviors without needing to change your
like that's the thing, right? Don't call, like, my thing is you can call me whatever pronoun you want, don't call me Corey. That's not who I am, right? I'm Demi.
Cool. So,
or Hale, right?
Non-binary then. You can't say that non-binary is someone who expresses themselves outside of traditional masculinity and femininity, because you've just admitted that lots of people do that without being non-binary. It's not just that the non-binary category becomes completely unnecessary based on you.
Like even in a real life scenario where I have to go by my real name and just say CJ, right? Because I'm not going to ever give you, right? Like, you don't call me that. The most we're going to give you is like a nickname of that name. And there's a reason for it. And I already kind of went through it, but yeah.
But it is in fact actively harmful because it encourages people to think that they cannot be a less masculine man without ceasing to be a man. If they are not feminine enough as a woman, then...
So the way you solve this is really just... stop letting trans activists explain it to you. So what it is I don't want to be called a man because a man molested me, so I'm going to be called a woman, right? And if you don't want to participate in that, you're a cunt because, like, you're an asshole because you're bullying a rape victim, and so, like, that's all I need to say, right? Right, that's what I'll do, right? I'll just be straight up in front with the abusive behavior that leads to this kinds of shit. And the issue is activists won't like that because they'll be like, wait, that's kind of like sad, and we don't want y'all to be sad. I'm like, I don't fucking care. Like, and the thing is, like, again, pronouns are stupid. It's a stupid concept. Because, like to get mad at, I mean. Like, not like they're stupid, but, like, to get mad at someone calling you the wrong one. Right? Like, I jokingly said he'd get mad if I called him she, right? But, Queen, right? Like, because... Or not Queen. Well, like let's say we changed his name, right? To, like, a feminine, like, insulting version. Like, that would actually be a bit of a piece of shit move to do. Right? I jokingly said that, but we're not going to do it, right? No, I'm saying we. I don't have an audience. This isn't live. But, like, you don't do that, right? But, like, what you do, right? Like, this is, like, what you actually do. Notice how I'm honest, right? Now, right? I stopped being, like, kind of sarcastic and started being honest. Yeah, this is what it is, right? it's a dick move to dead name a trans woman because 99% of the time they have a dead name, it's because they were molested. And like, so you're basically reminding them of where they came from and who their family is and what they did. And that's why you don't do that. See, I'm honest. And now he feels like a dick. But like, that's the thing, right? That's actually what it is, but activists don't want to tell you that because they feel like it's like making it more emotionally vulnerable and stuff, because they want to like have the idea that everyone who's critical of trans people is like a Nazi. And I'm like, no. Like, J.K. Rowling went a little too far though with her fucking, like, I think it's edgy rhetoric, but still, like, you're denying the Holocaust, bitch. Like, it might be an edgy joke, but that's still fucking, bad.
Not actually be a woman. Imagine,
like, I know she's edgy and trolling right now, but like, that's still kind of like shitty, Like, because now you're just being anti-Semitic to be trans. Like, I know she's not I think she knows most of this and doesn't actually hate trans people. But like, she's kind of like, that's a little mean. like I know it's an edgy joke, but like, it's not pissing off just the actors. There's like victims most of the time that are also being pissed off at that one, right? The activists were the ones that like got mad at people at Silverville for playing Harry Potter. I was like, I bought the game too. It was fun. It's a good time. It was Harry Potter. I loved Harry Potter as a kid. Hogwarts Legacy was a good game, guys. Like, a very fun game, right? But like, then people are like, oh, you played the Wizard game, you must be trans. I'm like, I'm literally trans myself. And that doesn't even shut the conversation down, by the way. This is why I hate white women, right? Like, trans women are women because trans white women are white women. Right? That's all I need to say there.
Black people who don't perform racist stereotypes are not black anymore. Wouldn't that be implying that there is something...
Yeah, no, like, the activists here are just retarded with a lot of their logic. This is why I don't like activists, right? You see, here's the simple thing, right? Here's what you do, right? Like, if someone asks you to call them a different name, and like, if you call them like their birth name, it's like they say that's their dead name. It's usually a sign that that person was physically and sexually assaulted as a kid, and they don't want to identify as their name that they were given at birth because it's traumatic as what it attaches to, and so they'd rather you call them just anything else, and that's also usually why they transition from their gender. It's not actually a sign of, a sign of they believe they're a different sex. It's more, they want nothing to do with their parents, and so, like, this is, like, their ultimate rebellion, and it's also their parents were abusive pieces of shit.
About those stereotypes that makes someone black? Obviously that would be...
Like, that's most trans people, not most trans activists, though. The trans activists are a vocal minority, and also trans people are kind of a minority as well. But this is why I hate activists. Have you noticed that like gay activists have kind of been quiet since like Kevin Spacey became gay, right? And then like, because why he became gay? Because remember, did you know that he announced he was gay, not like for a film or that husband or anything? He announced he was gay because someone said that it was a male, said he was molested by him at 14, and that was his defense. His legal defense was, I'm gay. That's Kevin Spacey's actual defense. Like that's what he was accused of, and that was his defense. Like, it wasn't, no, it didn't happen, it's, I'm gay. See, it might not have happened, but like, if that's your defense, it's kind of like, yeah. And so after that, right, a lot of gay activists became trans activists. After that, you started seeing, like, not all of them, obviously, but after that, you also started seeing, the LGBT without the T and stuff, all that coming out. Trans hate is what is recent, right? Trans people are not recent, but trans hate is very recent. And, like, this is a thing, right? That, like, they started moving to the T's, right? and like a lot more. Started pushing them in Hollywood and stuff a lot more, and suddenly trans people are pedophiles and stuff. Like you keep hearing that, right? And you want to know why? It's because of that. It's because like those are the people behind these movements of activism is pedophiles. Like why is it Hollywood, right? What do you think of Hollywood? I think of movies kind of are okay. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. I think of like oversized budgets, too many cooks, and I think of child molesters in like the producers and directors seats. Right? Like the reason why I think of this is because the first Hollywood child star, Shirley Temple. First Hollywood child star to be molested, Shirley Temple. I'm just noticing a pattern here, right? And it's a pattern that is abusive people have power over children. And so they abuse their authority to molest kids. Right? This is every pedophile, by the way. Every pedophile has an authority over children that they abuse, right? So like that's why there's so many teachers, preachers, and stuff like that are pedophiles. You don't see like too many people who like work at like as a greeter at Walmart being pedophiles for a simple reason. They don't have authority over anyone. They're like, this is like the least authoritative position ever, right? The janitor at a fucking like McDonald's doesn't have any authority. They're not molesting kids. It's like, how would they groom them, right? Because you need to groom a kid to molest them. Because that's the thing, right? So, like, yeah, most of them will be teachers, police officers, preachers, parents, step parents, especially that one. Like literally the most common type, by the way. And stuff like that. Politicians, Hollywood execs, right? These are pedophiles, right? And it's not because, it's not because like it's all people in authority are evil. It's that in order to do this particular type of evil, you need authority over the person you're doing it, right? Like most rapists know their victims of when they've raped women and men too, right? It's just that it's usually a lot easier for pedophiles to know it. So like 100% of pedophiles know their victims. Like 90% of rapists know their victims though, right?
The moment you said,
because like some will just grab a woman off the street, right? Because they don't even care if they get away with it, they just want sex. But pedophiles are even more insidious, they want to get away with it. And so because part of the thing is kids can be more easily manipulated to not say anything, and that's part of the allure to these fucking pieces of shit, is that kids won't say. Because I didn't come out right away. I was molested at 5. You want to know when I came out? 18. I had 13 years where I didn't come out because I was either scared or I didn't even know what it was called or whatever, right? I know I was hurt and people were like, why are you acting up? That's why. By the way, if anyone wants to know in my family wants to know why I was acting up, that's why.
Some people
who doesn't already know that is.
Like to crochet and mow the lawn, and these people are non-binary. Every single progressively minded person should have rolled their eyes right to the back of their head at the notion that this isn't something that men and women can just do anyway. The fact that
like I think like non-binary as a like way that people explain it is stupid. It's very simple, right? Most people who are trans or non-binary are abuse victims, and abuse victims, should just have that be respected a little bit, but outside of that, yeah, just who the fuck cares, right? It's a dumb concept. Like trans is a dumb concept. Gender is a dumb concept in general, right? I'm still saying I'm trans, but I'm not going to pretend it's not a dumb concept. It is, right? But yeah, I was also raped, and that's a dumb concept. That's one that's sadly real. It's a dumb one, but it's also real. We should get rid of it, but it's also happens. So,
you're now backtracking and saying, well, obviously you can still do it.
It's a social construct that's very real and very bad, and happens, but like it should be done away with. I think gender we can still have sometimes for like expectations, because some people will just naturally have them. It's easier to assume like a man is someone who looks like this and a woman is someone who looks like this, right?
For being a man or woman means you're left with a definition that is unhelpful, harmful, and meaningless.
If gender is both the outward performance and the inward conception, I'd feel a terrible disconnect between the two.
Didn't you say that gender was just about your performance and not your feelings towards it, but now it's back to being...
Yeah, I don't really get the fuck with this video. It's about, like, I'm gonna be honest, right? I'm trans and I'm on King Critical's side. What the fuck is this douchebag talking about? Can we get to the trans section to see if he has any point?
The coin.
It'd be like the opposite of euphoria, dysphoria.
Well, yes.
You probably met someone who's trans. If you don't think you have, surely you've heard of the closet.
Okay, now we're on to trans people, who are defined by having gender dysphoria, which is likened to the sense of discomfort that a typical biological male would feel in being forced to wear a dress. Now, I will just point out that nobody is forcing anyone to wear a dress. Indeed, nobody is being forced to perform any gendered expectations at all in the year of our Lord.
I'm just to be honest, gender dysphoria is they were raped as a child and they cope by pretending to be the opposite gender. I mean, the opposite sex, right? That's actually what it is. Like, it's a coping mechanism. It makes them feel better. It makes you like not remember who your piece of shit that raped you was, etc. Right? That's actually what it is, right? It's a coping mechanism and it works. But like admitting it would have been a better way to go about this, to be fair. But activists don't want to do that for some fucked up reason. I don't know why.
2025 in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So considering that you've already explained that you can play around with your gender expression without needing to change your pronouns, what does any of this have to do with trans identity, which is entirely about changing your pronouns?
Different people discover they're trans in different ways. Some people have known their whole lives, others don't know until they're 40. Some people feel like they were...
I don't think that's true, right? Gender dysphoria is a response to abuse. Like this guy's full of shit. I'm to be honest, this guy's full of shit. Gender dysphoria is a sign you were abused, right? It's a response to abuse. It's not. Every trans person I know was either sexually or physically abused as a kid. I'm just gonna be honest here. At 100%, all of us were. Okay. To deny that to say you can just become trans when you're no. That's not how it works. You don't get gender dysphoria because you're at 40. You don't discover you're trans at 40. You don't discover that you're trans. You discover that it's a good way to piss your parents off and that you don't really want them to be happy for what they did to you. That's what you do. That's what it actually is.
Born in the wrong body. Others were fine living as a woman, but they realized...
And it makes you feel better that they're discomfortable because they touch you in the no-no area and they're not allowed to do that. You told me they weren't allowed to do that and you did it. That's wrong. That's wrong. Did it anyway, motherfucker. Piece of shit. Thankfully, the person who victimized me is rotting in hell. As turns out, he had a heart attack and died. Oh man, the thing is, I kind of wish I want to go to his gravestone, right? Unbury him and then like have a wrestling match with his corpse. Be like, we're not fucking done yet, guy. This is how fucking bad my stepfather was. He's a vile piece of shit. Okay. I'm like, I want to dig up his grave. Just like before I die, this is on my bucket list. Before I die, I am going to go to his gravesite, dig it up, and I'm going to have put him up. I'm gonna start boxing the shit out of him, and just knock until I knock his skull loose or break it or something, and then I'll be happy. I can die happy. There we go. Just let me just do that one thing before I kick the bucket, you know?
What do you mean suits them better? There's a joke there in the text where it says, haha, suits, get it? Implying that this is just about the outfit that you're wearing.
Yeah, I feel like... I feel like these activists are just retarded, honestly. Like, I'm more pissed off at him, and I'm supposed to be disagreeing with this asshole. I'm disagreeing with the wrong asshole more. God damn, this is why I hate fucking trans activists. They do it completely wrong.
But again, does that mean that you're reducing being a man or a woman down to what outfit you're wearing? I guess.
Well, like, it's possible that gender dysphoria can be felt when you're not abused, I will say that. But, like, everyone I've had, I talk to them about, like, how their childhood was or how their parents are. It's like, they were abused. Right? Now, I'm talking about, like, people with dysphoria, right? There are people who transition for other reasons. I feel like those, are like invalidities other than that. But transgenderism normally is from gender dysphoria, and gender dysphoria is, at least as in my experience, 100%, but we'll just say 90%, product of abuse.
Question here is, how could a woman
like most of the time most of the people like saying trans people are predators, it's like it's very insidious and stupid, because no, it's the opposite usually. Maybe activists, but like I fucking hate the activists, so like we can call them that, I don't care, right? Like, you want to call them Yara VT, like sure, but like I don't think they actually are trans. I think they're an activist who like uses the idea that they care for a vulnerable group to prey upon them. But like there's a reason we're a vulnerable group, right? You notice they always say brave and vulnerable, etc., right? There's a reason for it, because we're abuse victims. Us being alive is technically a form of bravery because of what happened and why, like, it's hard to even stay alive in the first place, right? It's not hard to stay alive because I'm trans. It's hard to stay alive because I was molested. Like, when you have a 6-inch dick up your butt, right, and the only way you can cope is saying I cucked my mom, right? Like, that's like a joke I sometimes say. I say I cucked my mother, instead of like to deny the victim status I actually have, right? To take some form of victory in that moment, I'll say I cucked my mother. And the reason for that is just that's just how fucking vile that piece of shit was. I have to cope somehow. So this is ultimately the thing, right? That's usually what causes like trans people to exist, is piece of shit parents.
That being a man suits her better, unless we're already granting that her being a man is a possibility in the first place. If a woman walked up to me and said, I'm a man because being a man suits me better, I would say, well, you're not a man. You being a man isn't a possibility. So whatever you're doing, I'm glad that it's made you happier. That is awesome.
Right, but here's the thing, right? I'm a woman because, like, I'm not a man, right? And you want to know why I'm not a man? I don't want to be one. I know what they do sometimes to people, right? And you'd be like, well, I don't do that. I'm like, yeah. But it only takes one for me to not like him. Right? You know what I mean? Like, it only takes one. I only need one man to rape me. To not like the concept of being one,
But since you being a man is an impossibility, you must be doing something else to make you happy, and therefore you're wrong when you're saying that it is being a man that achieves that result for you.
Some people were fortunate enough to explore their identity in a safe, supportive environment, whether that's among friends, online, or on stage.
Online for me. I was only ever able to do it online.
What binds them together is they were told how to live, and it felt wrong.
What do you mean told how to live? Are we still just talking about clothes? Either way, you've already admitted people can play around with their gender expression as much as they like without that changing whether they're a man or a woman. Or is this just about what bathroom they can use? Not being able to follow women into the women's bathroom made a...
Yeah, I don't use the women's restroom. I just pee sitting down. Right? Like I know what biologically I am. Maybe if I pass, sure, but like at that point it's like, I don't know. I don't really care. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Biological male upset, And this
Like, I'm like, I generally just use my own restroom anyway. I got one in my apartment. I don't need to use like a boys or girls bathroom anyway. And I'll just hold it in, you know?
now a part of their gender identity we have to respect. Is that how this works?
Where does this feeling come from? It's a difficult question. We all have ways we like to live, and we only get interrogated when we stray from the status quo. Why do you use macOS instead of Windows? Why be an artist when you can make more money coding? Why do you put pineapple on your pizza?
He says stonks and he says coding. Stonks aren't coding. Coding's coding, right? AI art training isn't coding either. It's AI art training, right? Coding is when you write phrases that correspond in a language to instructions to a computer to do stuff, right? Right. Well, really, coding is just writing something that gets translated to something like else, right? So coding is like an intermediate language that you write, right? That gets translated to programming instructions, right? Like that's actually what that means, by the way, right? So you code, right? You write these little like you write var or int or whatever the language instructions are, and then that gets translated to the machine language instructions of your CPU to be what it actually is, either through an interpreter live, right? Because you have like Python or whatever, right, do it for you, or you'll have it'll be compiled directly like a executable, like exe files on Windows and DLL files, right? Are libraries specific to that, architecture of the operating system, as well as, x86, 64, or ARM 64, right? Are the modern ones, right? Where ARM 64 is 64-bit cell phone instructions, and AMD 64 is 64-bit, or x86 underscore 64 are like 64-bit desktop CPU instructions, right? And the difference is, so like, let's say you have like a let's say you have a Qualcomm Snapdragon Deluxe or whatever, and you also have an AMD Ryzen 9950X3D, right? They have different instructions on how they do things, and you need to design your code like that. So a compiler puts those instructions directly from your code to that, right? And an interpreter has an application called an interpreter which does it. And then like Python, you can kind of compile and or interpret as well. And like those are like the three different like those are like the different things. And then you have JIT, which is basically you make a byte code that compiles into real code, but the intermediate byte code is faster to compile to than interpreter, and it compiles in real time, right? C# and Java were like common for that. I don't think JIT is really a common thing anymore, though. I think like we kind of did away with it, except for like shaders, because GPUs are so vastly different that they kind of have to, on PC at least. On consoles they don't. That's why you never see shader compiler on console, because there's a set hardware, so they don't have to worry about anything else.
For the handful of trans folks I spoke with, it's as natural to them as not being trans is to cis folks. I don't want to put on a dress, and neither do most trans men. It should be as simple as that.
Okay, so this is a pretty common argument. What does being trans mean? Well, it's just the same as not being trans, which is to say being cis. The problem with this perhaps initially compelling argument
it's not the same. It's trans is when it's the opposite, and cis is when it's the same. That's what the words mean, right? So it refers to your biological sex. Let's be honest, right? That's what it refers to. So, that's why, like I say, like the proper term should still be transsexual, honestly. Like, I think, like here's what it is, right? Transgenderism, right, really is just, it's a response to abuse where you want to change who you are fundamentally as a person, through like your biology, right? You want to change your biology fundamentally because of a response to an abusive parent, usually a father figure, but sometimes a mother figure. And that's like why you do it, you know?
No, it's not the same at all. See, if somebody asked me why...
So like a trans man usually is like because my brother was also raped, but by a different dude. Apparently he never got raped by my stepfather like I did, but he got raped by like this dude named Eric. Like I say his name and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? His name was Eric Clever. I was like that's the last name he gave us anyway. He was a pedophile piece of shit as well, and like it was very, very bad. Yeah.
And what's your relationship to gender? I would say, well, my being a man is not a feeling, but rather just an observation I'm making about biological reality.
And so, like, that's why he's a boy now. I guess he wants to take power over his rapist. So he's like, well, you raped me as a man, I'm gonna be a man to, but like to take power. But like you're arrested and in prison, getting booty fucked in jail, and I'm a man having sex with a wonderful wife who loves me, right? There we go. Like that's basically what he did. You know, so like that's why I applaud my brother for that. You know?
I am a biological male and therefore I'm a man. I feel no particular compulsion to present in a masculine way, but I do mostly because it's simply the path of least resistance, and I'm aware that masculine men are generally well received by society and I aim to please. I understand there are lots of unconventional ways that I could present as a man, but this isn't something that appeals to me, and that's not really because of my gender so much as it's just that I don't want to bring attention to myself. Like, there are men who present as punks, women who present as goths, and trans-identified males who present as hypersexualized bimbos. I personally don't consider my decision to throw on a t-shirt and some jeans every morning to be an indication of my fashion or some significant part of my self-expression so much as it is an absence of those things. And
I don't know. I think like really what it comes down to, first off, you're not hyper masculine. Like I can tell you, very simple, right? See this? See how I kind of have to like vaguely like hint at it where it is, right? This is sternocleidomastoides. This is the cleido head, clavicle, and this is the sternal head, sternum, right? They've attached to the mastoid process behind his ear, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? If he was actually masculine, right, here's what'll happen, right? This would not be a hinted line. Like, these would not be, like, subtly hinted, and you could just kind of find, if you really look for it, this would just be, like, hyper-visible. You just, like, see this little line that you don't see. Well, you would see it.
indeed, likewise, it seems to me there are many
women, he's not hyper-masculine, because he doesn't have lean muscle showing.
Who have whatever morning routine they have, but it's not really some...
He also doesn't really have, like, a strong chin, right?
Intentional
or like a sharp jawline
effort to create this feminine
like the idea that he's hyper masculine when he's got a portrait of someone hyper masculine, right? He's like this. You're Frodo masculine. You're still masculine. Like, I can tell you're a dude, but like this is masculine, right? Look, chisel, like full beard, full mustache. Nice brow bones. You don't really see that here either. This chin juts out past his lips.
Essence that totally lines up with their internal sense of gender identity. It's just the way they want to present.
Like, you know, like Mewin.
We understand trans identity because being trans seems to be pretty much the exact opposite of this on every point. It's not about just observing your biological reality. In fact, it's a very strongly felt sense that your biology is wrong. It's very much about feeling compelled to present a certain aesthetic and even going out of your way to achieve that. And it's absolutely not the path of least resistance, nor something that you're doing just because it's convenient for other people. It's the exact opposite. So for me, someone saying, oh, I'm trans just like you're cis, doesn't really work because the starting point... For me, is that I observe my biological reality, while trans identity exists in exact opposition to that.
How many trans people are there? It's hard to say. Just look at this chart from Gallup.
Right, this is wrong. I can tell you that very right. Okay, it's 2%.
2% of boomers report being LGBT versus 22% of Zoomers.
This is false. It's 2% for all of these, right? Silent Generation, there was a lot more stigma, so that, and also most of them were dead, so like that's why it's that low. It's about 2 to 5% the entire way, though, right? Like it's not as it got more. Like it's 2 to 5%, right? Like this, I can believe, right? This kind of thing, but like this, no. It's not 10. It's not nearly 10%. It's 5% at most, right? Same here. This is like, okay, so Gen Z is a lot younger. Also, isn't Gen Z like hyper conservative too? Right? Everyone's like, this is the gays generation. It's also like the Nazi generation. I know Nick Fuentes is a gay Nazi, so I guess like that fits, but still.
What's more likely? That people are becoming more queer due to some unseen insidious force, or that the kind of self-reflection and experimentation that leads people to discover they're queer is becoming more acceptable?
So that's a massive jump there, right? From 1 in every 100 to 1 in every 5 by the time we get to Generation Z, or Z. And we're
well, yeah, the way you do it is Gen Z is a bunch of trolls and they lie, right? And millennials also, a lot of us also come from the troll thing, right? So a lot of us lie. Because like what they're saying, this is the Newgrounds era of people, right? And the like the Fortnite era of people, right? Those eras of people, they're a lot of trolls, right? Like you've got people like watch this, right? Watch this, like I'll blow your mind, King Critical, right? Right, watch this.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
There's-
colonials.
You don't look
Yeah.
very Native American to me.
Where's is there a way to find continent, or should this?
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are you
Sorry,
talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think
This guy, right? Watch this.
you can say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
He's just gonna say that, right? Now he's a troll, right? This is a fat guy who works at like a 7-Eleven and a computer science job that like he keeps getting fired from all those jobs and stuff because he's an asshole to everyone. He's a troll. This is what he is.
Listen to me.
Is it like notice? Like watch this, right?
Far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you can say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Like notice how he starts to get uncomfortable. That's the point.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like.
Yeah.
Should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
I'm Mehdi Hassan. I'm a journalist. I'm the editor of Zeteo. And today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives.
Yeah, and this doesn't go so well.
My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mehdi.
I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them had been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 had pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that?
I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to, just for example, they were to rush the
This is all Gen Z. Have you noticed they're all Gen Z, by the way?
of LA. I mean,
This is apparently the gayest generation too.
they'd have to move over all the homeless people living
Like
in
this is the funniest part of it. These are all gay guys and old Nazis.
steps at the Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol,
Let's Try to view this guy. Here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite
All right, here we
frankly,
go.
Cash Patel on Epstein.
He knows more information than I do.
Pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, take care.
Like, this is important for King Critical to see. So you gotta address it, King Critical.
Listen, search surrounded, plug in, and
Donald Trump is defying the Constitution.
All right, here we go.
Nice
it's
to
a
meet
pleasure
you.
to meet you, sir.
Mehdi, lovely to meet you.
So I would say that with Trump being anti-constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frankly.
Okay.
Because in regards to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us.
Yes.
And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized. Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good, and I think he should go further.
So this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset. So I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay, surprise, I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
Whenever
the
it's in
Second
your
Amendment.
favor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
you don't
it's the
believe in
friend enemy.
democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree,
So
and that's
you
part
support
of the problem.
Trump? You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone. I
Why
can't
did
even
you-
remember.
And so you see, like, this is the Zoomer generation, by the way.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted.
This is
I kind
fascinating.
of voted just to.
I came with this
troll a
argument,
little
but I'm
bit,
bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
Yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local
Who
leaders,
is the we,
or-
by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
White
me.
people?
Yeah,
No brown
absolutely.
people. So
Well, actually, this isn't a white guy. 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 This isn't a white guy, right? This isn't a white guy, really, when you think about it. This isn't a white guy. This isn't a white guy. This isn't a white guy. Also including the women, too, you know?
some of the people in
I
this
have
room
quite-
don't make the cut
No,
from what I can
actually,
see visually.
Actually,
Okay.
hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you.
Okay.
I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white, and should stay that
How
way.
does the United States... I mean, we've gone so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? Sorry, what's your name?
My name is, my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Took a little bit of a doubt there.
Oh,
to say
well,
your name.
I use
Connor,
a pseudonym online,
fair enough,
but
Connor.
fair enough.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't ask about
whether-
deporting. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
Where does he come
Franco.
from?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone who.
Yeah, like this is the Gen Z guy. They're not
Likely that
pro
this is caused
LGBT,
by some external
but not
pressure,
even pro sex half the time.
or this is being caused by a lack of pressure that was previously suppressing people's transness. Now, I've actually made a video before
And have you seen that? Right? That's Gen Z.
about how trans activism isn't a grassroots movement, but is rather a top-down one that's all about subverting the democratic process. You should watch that video, and I will link it, but for example, in Ireland, gay marriage and women being able to legally get an abortion were both legislative changes passed by referendum, Meanwhile, self-ID for gender recognition was passed without a vote and without most people in Ireland even knowing it was happening. If trans activism has been spreading through nefarious use of institutional power, it would be completely on brand if the same is true of the spread of trans identity. I'd also point out that trans identity is not something that can be materially verified, which means those numbers are kind of meaningless, except for...
It also isn't, because there's no way Zoomers are 22%. It's 5% for all of them, right? Like boomers, it's like they don't want to come out the closet. Silent generation, it's like they weren't able to come out the closet, and most of the ones that like are dead. So like because they would just kill you half the time back then. Especially like Greatest Generation, like they literally killed like Greatest Generation. They literally had what's his name killed, right? Trying to think. What's that dude's name? Turin, Alan Turin.
That they describe something that people are calling themselves.
As a hint, here's a graph showing left-handedness in the US by birth year. Students were forced to use their right hands until the mid-20th century when this chart plateaus. I hope to see a similar pattern in the LGBT poll someday when people are no longer afraid to be themselves.
Right, but they aren't. And also it's about 5%.
See, left-handedness is very different. We know for a fact there are some people who want to write with their left hand because it feels much more comfortable for them to do that. We know for a fact that kids who could clearly communicate that they felt way more comfortable writing with their left hand were told to stop doing it anyway and learn to write with their right hand instead. And as the number of left-handers increased, we all know what that actually meant. More people were writing with their left hand. Even though I'm right-handed, I can perfectly imagine what it would be like.
Yeah, like, I think the statistics are completely inflated, by the way. Because, again, Zoomers are trolls and a lot of millennials are trolls. It's 5%, like our LGBT. It's 5. It's just 5.
As a left-hander, to be forced to write with your right hand by just imagining being forced.
Like, I'm not saying that this guy is necessarily not gay, because he acts gay as fuck. Honestly, he's definitely 100% gay. But like, not all of these people are gay, and they're all like Gen Z guys.
My left hand,
except for I guess the one guy that said "get the fuck out." I think that guy was not, but yeah, about most of them were Zoomers though. Like of that group, like one was like a Gen Xer, and then everyone else was a Zoomer.
Undeniable facet of existence, like the immediately obvious discomfort of writing with your non-dominant hand. People 100 years ago weren't talking about being non-binary or even having a gender identity. At the time, the closest thing to trans identity was a...
And another thing, by the way, a lot of the stuff comes from the internet too. The internet is going to naturally like seem like it's more gay, because people like are more willing to experiment with like all sorts of things, but they're not gay. Like a person isn't gay because they like Futanari, okay? That's a fetish kind of thing, right? And so like that's not gay. That's just okay. The idea of chicks with dicks is kind of hot too. I mean, it's also kind of a thing that can exist in real life, kind of, but not really, but kind of. So it doesn't matter to you, right? But like that's not like like most of this isn't forced. I guess like the ID thing was in Ireland, but it wasn't forced here. Like we just voted for it.
Handful of men who had a compulsion to dress like women, usually due to some kind of sexual pathology. You would have had children squirming with discomfort as they tried to force themselves to write with the wrong hand. You didn't have children getting triggered about the fact the teacher used she, her pronouns when actually their pronouns are sie, zum. Children weren't chomping at the bit to become trans until society became more tolerant and finally allowed them to be. You'd have to prove that assertion. And you can't just prove that some children were uncomfortable with strict gender roles. Of course they were, but you've already admitted that you can go that's not what it is. Gender roles without that meaning that you're trans. With all this said, it should also be pointed out that the rate and the extent of increase between these two scenarios is radically different as well. Rubble of Empires again has a video all about this, which I will link.
Yeah, I have no idea why people talk about this
unknown passing man in a shiny white coat with a trans left hand.
In the meantime, how do you deal with dysphoria? Start with the simple things.
Yeah.
Change your hair, your clothing, your pronouns. Ask people you trust to try calling you by a different name. These low-risk experiments are easy to walk back, but if it feels right to you, that's when you can start considering the medical stuff. You'd think, with all the hysterical op-eds, that you could walk to the gender store and get a dozen surgeries today, but no. It takes a long time to get in front of a doctor and even longer to transition. You should hear the details from actual trans people like Abigail Thorne and Alex Avila, who've been generous enough to share their stories.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right?
It's worth noting that those people you just listed were actively complaining about how long the process took. It always seems a bit dishonest to push back against the idea that people get the trans-affirming surgery too quickly by saying, well look, for these people it took a really long time. But then those very people are mad about it having taken a long time, so presumably they think it should be a much shorter amount of time. So what point are you making there? Are you saying, don't worry, it's not being rushed because for these people it was a drawn-out process? Or are
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, in the UK, like, it will always be, like, slow, though, to be fair, because don't you, like, have to wait, like, 3 years for, like, a hernia inspection there? Like, by the time you get your inspection, it's already burst because the healthcare is so fucking slow and retarded there. Well, like, here I just, like, get seen over, like, instantly. I have a massive bill at the end, but I'll get seen. Like if it's actually like something bad, I'm just like, yeah, like I'm gonna go get seen, like guys. I'd rather not die young, you know.
you saying it should?
I gotta have a smackdown with my stepfather's corpse. So,
rush because these people are angry about it having been a drawn-out process. Either way, for every story about it taking an absurdly long amount of time, there do seem to be stories about people having begun it quite quickly and then regretted it. And there are doctors who have said that they...
detransit. The problem is people always use like some like person who wasn't even a detransitioner. Most detransitioners like don't have any actual malice with the trans community. They might have some with their doctors because the doctors are kind of shitty half the time, to be honest.
Pressure to
That's why I don't think like people should transition as kids like at all.
Or they were convinced that medical transition was actually necessary. By the way, as far as dealing with gender dysphoria,
Like I used to be like more lenient, where I was like, well, maybe like puberty blockers, but now I'm like, nah, not even that. Like no HRT, no puberty blockers, none of that, right? If a kid wants to wear a dress, that's one thing, but like outside of that, no.
You can change your hair and your makeup and your clothes, but changing pronouns, that's a different matter entirely. It's not okay for you to wear makeup and a dress and then tell people that you are a woman now, just like it wouldn't be okay for me to grow out some dreadlocks and tell people that means I'm black.
To be fair, dreadlocks are also a white people thing, so you kind of, like you could just say you're a Viking, right? Why do you have to say you're black? Like the Nords did it too. Like my people, I descend from the Nords. I'm German. My people did that shit. It's not a black thing. It's it depends on the culture thing. I think I think it's like islander culture, because like every culture that has them is like baked into their culture is like from an island. Like, Jamaica has them, and also Vikings, right? I think like I know like they have them in Hawaii too, so Asia has them too. I think it's just like an islander thing. As you notice that like the three main countries you think of for dreadlocks, it's like these people like in braids and all that. These people like always like come from like a place that's like an island that's like set up from like far a bit from everyone else.
Merge on the other side,
and they're known as like they're known for that a bit.
Very few people get to medically transition, but those that do are overwhelmingly happy about it. This academic study says it best. Rate of regret after gender-affirming surgery is approximately 1%.
So 1% of people regretting life-changing surgery doesn't matter, but...
it does matter. Like, this is the thing, it always matters,
0.02% of people having abnormal genitals is so significant it should change the entire way we categorize men and women. Cool. There's lots that could be said about detransition and rates of regret. A lot of studies, for example, don't follow up on people who stopped transitioning and therefore stopped participating in the studies. But the fact of the matter is, a very low regret rate doesn't necessarily indicate that everything's working as it should. It could indicate that we are dealing with a population uniquely incapable of expressing even normal levels of regret.
I don't know about that. That sounds very stupid. What I think it is that 1% is still kind of significant, and those 1% should be, treated. It could be higher. I don't think it's much higher. But at the same time, like, we're talking about less than 5% of the population, because it's 5% are LGBT. It's never going to be more than that, right? So it's like maybe 1% of that so a quarter of that, a fifth of that, right, is the T, right? So we'll have 1% is the T, right? So we have 1% of the population is trans, and then 1% of that 1% doesn't go through that, and then they find out they're not. So that's still bad, right? Right? Sure, it's 1% of 1%, but it's still bad. And that they regret it, and they should be acknowledged, and actually given better treatment and shit in a different way. And you should also acknowledge that is a mistake that you made, because no, that's not okay. These are life altering things you did. Yeah, no. When it comes to the legalities of certain things, I tend to completely agree with a lot of gender critical people, because okay, sport, well, that's not legal. That's just more this is a woman's sport, a woman's league. You're a man, get the fuck out. That's just how that is, really. This is private property, bitch. Right? We could just enforce that through private property rights, right? And if we want to have people of both sexes compete, right? What we do there is we just stop having it be a legislative thing and start having it be a free market solution, right? That's all we have to do to solve that, right? If you if you want trans people to not compete with cis women, trans women to not compete with cis women, you just immediately, this is how you do it, right? This is our private property club. If you want a league where women and trans women can compete, you have to start your own. And there we go. Just problem solved, right? Now, it also means that women can compete with trans women, but we solved it through the free market, that there's still women's only spaces that don't include trans women, because it's private property rights, See, I just solved the whole, everything through capitalism. You can thank me, right? You can thank me. I solved it, right? I solved it. Let's just do capitalism and stop with this fucking government bullshit. This stuff you don't like, actually. That's fascism, and then, you also got, this thing you don't like here, where it's, right here, right? You can stop that immediately by, just embracing capitalism.
Sunk cost fallacy is powerful enough already. Now imagine that there are
because you just embrace private property rights, and then there you go, right? What it does is it allows women and trans women to compete in a different league, that because you just don't limit the leagues. It's okay, if you want to do this, you have to have your own league, get your own space, right? And there we go, right? And maybe it's just trans women who show up, and maybe some women do actually want to show up, right? And there we go, right? It's a capitalist solution to the problem, right? It's let people do what they want, but in certain spaces, right? So you can't compete trans women in the regular women's league, so you have to have a different league, right? I just solved it for you. Right, and because it's private property, it works. But then schools, it's we need to strict binary with it, because it's a public property. right? So schools, because they're public property, that we can do it differently than private property. But any private property, they are free to allow or disallow. Like, we could have all men, women, and trans women and trans men all compete in the same league if we want, right? Because it's private property, right? And they don't have to go there, right? But it's a league, they can do that if they want to.
Flags being shoved everywhere in public spaces, and everyone's talking about how fantastic trans acceptance is, and all of the detransitioners you see are being described as sellouts who are being used by...
Yeah, no, like, there's a couple of them that are, but, like, those are the ones that go on Fox News or, like, Piers Morgan, but there's other ones that don't.
Conservatives just to undermine trans identity. I mean, you'd think that this guy being so fond of the left-hand analogy, he'd consider how people might be pressured into a certain position, but clearly he didn't.
Yeah, no, but I also don't think, like, many of the ones you see on TV are legitimate, but there are plenty that I've met in real life that are. Like here's a good reason, right? The ones you see on TV, there's no record of them being trans. So it's like, well, that's a little off, right? Like, you say you had surgery, but there's literally no record of it. That makes no sense to me, right? But then the ones that, like, I know them, some of them it's not that they all agree, right? Some of them are like, yeah, no, this is fucked up. Fuck you for existing, right? But, like, most of them aren't like that. But it's not really even that. It's more like you could just look and be like, they're making claims about themselves that you can just look up and figure out aren't true.
Think about that when it comes to detransitioners.
Other life decisions, such as having children and getting a tattoo, have regret rates of 7% and 16.2%.
I think 100% eventually with tattoos, my guy. The 16.2 are, like, the people who haven't lived long enough to regret them. Right? Everyone, like, pretty much everyone regrets at least one of the tattoos they've gotten, if they've gotten tattoos, because those things, like, like, when you're, like, if they got them with a kid, at least, like, as a kid, at least, like, if you get them at, like, also, I think 100% of people had like, because we're also talking about as kids, so, yeah, 100% as kids here, and then, like, 100% as kids here, when they reach a certain age, right? And then just at all here, because, like, also, can I just talk about how, like, Teen Mom and 16 and Pregnant were shows that aired in on MTV, and how pedophilic that is as a concept. But, like, we're talking about cuties right now. Teen Mom, guys, that's literally a show about pedophilia. Like, everyone's talking about all sorts of... Teen Mom exists, guys. That's a pedophile show.
Respectively.
I find the specific analogies here funny just because of how insanely different they are from trans identity. Like the tattoo thing, people get all sorts of different types of tattoo, which probably is why a lot of people regret them. Because
yeah, you can also, like, regret, like, something you try on the menu at McDonald's. That doesn't... Like, this is a dumb analogy, that's true. Like, again, I disagree with him on, like, his conclusion on trans stuff, but, like, this fucking video defending trans people, I don't even know if it's for defending trans people. I feel defamed by the guy who's making the video that he's responding to.
of, like, the specific things that they say. And also, a lot of people know tattoos can get removed, so there's a very obvious path for them to go down if they want to stop having.
But yeah, this is, like, why I like Blair White and stuff more, I guess, then.
And as for children, people accidentally get pregnant based on, like, one moment of making a stupid decision. Fortunately, we're not at the point where people are seeking out trans-affirming care and getting it based on one momentary lapse in judgment. Like, the implication of this as an argument is, well, if...
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? In order to be trans, it's very easy for gender-affirming care to, like, be defended in that way. It is actually hard to get. And I think it should stay hard to get, I'll be honest. Like, you can get hormones as an adult, but outside of that, right, like, it's very hard to get gender-affirming care. You can get hormones as an adult very easily, though. You can just buy them off Amazon. But, like, the thing is with that, right? You can buy them off Amazon, but, like, they're less effective, I guess. And they take longer. It's very slow with what I got, but yeah, it'll happen.
To say transition is a problem because people regret it, you'd also have to say having tattoos and children is a problem because even more people regret that. But tattoos are removable and typically much more low impact. Like
also, having children is required for the survival of our species. Don't forget that. Like,
have one you don't like, you can just ignore it. And children are necessary for the continuation of society.
No, for our species. Don't say society. We can have robots replace us and society will still be fine. No. We need it to have our species continue. Right, we got AI stuff coming out. In a couple centuries, we won't be needed in that equation, my guy, okay? If we live for a couple more centuries, robots can like just replace us in everything. Don't fool yourself. As a species, not as a society.
Trans identity isn't.
The robot cat girls are coming. Whether you like them or not, they are coming.
You no longer feel the disconnect between performance and self-conception is known as gender euphoria.
Yeah.
What I found interesting in my interviews is a point beyond euphoria, where you stop thinking about your gender and move through the world as your true self. That's the real ideal. Trans people just want to live with dignity, as themselves, without intense scrutiny, misinformation, and hatred. I don't have to dwell on examples. Transphobia is in the water, it's in the air, it's in every newspaper you read.
Okay, so this whole sales pitch is contingent upon you accepting that trans identity is valid, which I'm of course not convinced of. Also, transphobia, like a lot of political phobias, is kind of meaningless. People are talking about a new thing that's relevant to society. They're not bound to talk about it in an entirely positive way.
Instead...
Well, no, see, it's not new though, it's centuries old. In fact, you can just look at stuff like... The idea of transgender being the word we use is new and like 50 years old, but the idea of the concept of transition in your sex is literally from the Greeks. Like it's not common or like approved of by the Greeks, but it's. There's talk about it in the Greeks and like ancient Chinese like it's not that uncommon like society wise. Like every major religion has talked about it. You've had the Bible talk about it. You've had Greece has had religious texts about it, right? Now we're not talking about like it's approved, right? It hasn't been approved like until like the about 18 to 1900s is when it was approved like as a concept, but like it's been a thing even if it's looked down upon by society for thousands of years. Like it's sort of like gay people, right? Russia didn't like gay people. Rome didn't like gay people. Greece didn't like gay people, but there were gay people there. They talked about them. There were also trans people there, and they talked about them. They weren't looked at highly. It's not a pro-LGBT society. Anyone who says that is retarded. They're there. They're mentioned. It's conceptually a thing that happened, right? But it's not pro-LGBT. It's we recognize that these people exist. Right, most of the time, in fact, a trans person or gay person was recognized back then, again, was a homophobe or a transphobe mentioned them. Right? That's like when people say like, "Oh, we're so proud to be." No. Oh, a homophobe mentioned that Nero Caesar was gay. That is totally acceptance of gay pride, guys, in the Roman Empire. No, it's not. Stop lying.
I'll try to dispel a few common myths about trans people. Trans people have existed longer than you might think. As a synthesizer enthusiast, I have Wendy Carlos to thank for making these beepy little machines popular. She made Switched on Bach, a classical music album played on a giant Moog system. She socially transitioned in 1968 and underwent surgery in 72.
Honestly, I was expecting this guy to go further back. Like, he's talking about someone who transitioned in the 1960s. Nobody denies that transitioning has been around for that long. What someone like me would point out is that gender identity was a term coined by John Money in the 1950s, and therefore a quite
Yeah, no, I think, like, John Money is a piece of shit, though, so...
foundational idea in trans ideology didn't even exist as something that was theorized until the latter half of the 20th century. And even then, it wasn't until like the late 80s, and if we're being honest, really the 90s, until anyone started talking about trans identity being a feeling.
But like, it wasn't the 50s either. It was actually way before that. You want to know how I know? Because the Nazis were talking. Like, the Nazis burned research away. They killed like, how do you kill someone that wasn't a thing yet, right? So the thing is, John Money came up with that term, right? But trans people have existed for thousands of years, right? And there was a genocide that was partially like because do you know that's why Hitler hated the Jews, right? Because they were doing. Like, there was a thing, like, Weimar was actually a piece of shit the way it was run, right, in a lot of ways. But one of the main shitty things about it, right, the Weimar Republic actually did kidnap kids to transition them. That actually is a thing. That's not propaganda, that's a fucking evil thing they did. And this is the thing, they kidnapped kids. It's not that they transitioned consenting adults. I'm fine with that. Right? If adults consent to... I'm fine with that, right? It's that they stole people's kids. This is actually why Hitler was against the Jews. Because the thing is, it started with the Weimar Republic, right? And the Weimar Republic was mostly Jewish. And the issue is he applied the Weimar Republic to all Jewish people, and all trans people, and all gay people, and all ancient Romani, right? Because that's who it was. It was Jewish and Romani people, and a lot of them were gay, and, you know, they transitioned kids. So, like, this was what he was against, but, like, motherfucker. Like, this is why Hitler's dumb, right? Like, motherfucker. Not all of any of those groups were that piece of shit. Just bomb that one for me, please, and then we could just go home, right?
Great performance. Prior to then,
because I would be fine if he just bombed the Weimar Republic. I wouldn't fucking care. But it's what they went after all Jewish people, all trans people, all gay people, all you know, and all like all that, right? When you go out and all ancient Native Romani, several Catholics, it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, at that point, like, and this is the thing, right? He had a actual righteous reason to be against the Weimar Republic, but he didn't have anything after that. You know? Like once he, like, but the thing is, when you get authoritarian, right, you don't want people to dissent upon you. So this is why authoritarian ideologies are shitty and retarded, and they don't work.
Stood to be a legal fiction to accommodate a small number of men who had a pathological desire to live as members of the opposite sex. This is very different from what we have now, where people identify as trans based on nothing and then claim that the simple performance of this identity changes reality itself.
Yeah, no, like, I agree. This is why, like, I'm like, if you don't want to call me a woman, like, I don't fucking care, right? Like, you still should call me Demi, right? Because I am trying to, at the very least, and you know, there is other reasons it's better to do it, but, like, you know, when it comes down to like that, like, yeah, no, I agree. Like, the idea of just saying you're trans makes you trans is retarded. That's not how anything works.
to cause their identity to become a true statement about the universe. And the whole non-binary thing, and definitely neo-pronouns, that's in no meaningful sense older than me. And because I was assuming that this guy would jump back to like the Roman times or whatever, I will just say, for anyone who's going to point out, yes, there have always been men who wanted to identify as women and pretend that they were women. Delusion and the desire to have those delusions accommodated is not a new thing.
You can find cultures across the world that recognize a group beyond.
Yeah. The thing, yeah, like I said, it's not, well, it also wasn't promoted. Like, if you say it was promoted, you're fucking full of shit if you talk about Romans and Greeks, but it was since, like, you know, like, recorded history, we've had pop-ups occasionally.
Typical cis men and women. Various Native American tribes, for example, have non-binary gender roles. These tribes have many languages and therefore many names for these roles, so we Bakagaijin collectively call them Two-Spirit.
Right.
Again, these cultures conceive of trans identity in a radically different way to how someone like Judith Butler would. It's very
right. Yeah, like this is a different thing too, right? It's sort of like Oda Konoko, right? It's technically a cross-dresser that's just right. That's just all it is. It's a cross-dresser, right? Drag queen, right? So Oda Konoko can be a job. It can be an identity. It can also just be a hobby, right? Same with femboy, right? Some femboys identify as female some femboys identify as female when they have the clothes on. Some femboys identify as male the entire time. Some femboys, right, you know, identify as female for like a bit of a fetishy thing. Like, hey, you know, it's not. I'm not a right. It's all for sex, right? So, like, just using the identifier of femboy / Oda Konoko, there's various reasons someone might identify as, you know, like might do that, right? And some of it's trans, but a large majority of it is kink, and another bit of it is just, you know, a job, right? Some people do it as a job.
Dishonest to act like these.
Some people do it for comedy reasons, even, right? So the idea of trans is just evil is retarded now.
Close to being the same thing.
But at the same time, the idea of most of these activists being correct, like, they don't even know what trans is either. Like, you know what I mean?
Significantly, these cultures had no qualms about admitting that these multiple genders existed as a way to enforce a strict gender hierarchy. For example, in some parts of Africa, there was a thing where homosexual men would stop identifying as men because homosexuality was considered intrinsically taboo for men. How progressive! Ultimately, there is a degree of never interrupt your enemy while he's making a mistake when it comes to proving that trans identity has historical precedent. You guys want to passionately argue that ancient tribes that thought that women shouldn't be allowed to hunt, and therefore any woman who dreamed about hunting must have a man spirit, is an example of essentially the same thing that you're pushing? Yeah, fine, hand me that W. You're peddling ancient sexist stereotypes, so the more you can evidence that people in the
yeah, no, it's true, yeah.
past thought the same way.
Also, Native Americans were kind of like not really based back in the day, not gonna lie.
That you do about people going outside of the gender binary, the more that you're proving my point.
But what about sports? Sports. It's just a game, folks.
You know, with England winning the European Championship this past week, I did realise I should have made a video this week about how women's sports is important. The truth is, I didn't anticipate it because I wasn't really following the women's football because I'm a misogynistic jerk. You got me, I just didn't really care about it. But the key thing there is I didn't really care about it. Obviously, I'm not an idiot. I can recognise there are many other people who really did care about it.
Well, you know, see, I didn't care about it because it's soccer. So I wouldn't have been able to see it because for me, football means like, you know, you put a piece of pig skin in the thing and you kick it like really hard, and then like a bunch of burly men like pretend they're not gay as they run after trying to like wrestle the guy with a pig skin ball in his hands.
Fans of the sport, players of the sport, to those people, this was important. And it doesn't matter just...
I also find it funny, it's called football, but it's like there's a, like, it's a phallic shaped, it's not a ball, it's a phallic object.
It's a major tournament, which we won, by the way, just saying. Lots of people enjoy sports, and it would really matter to them if they couldn't really play that sport anymore, which they love, because the integrity of it has been undermined. So it's just so lame to be like, it's just a game, who cares? Show some respect for the female athletes who are competing at the top of their game. I'm just
Right, the bottom of their game, actually. You want to know why? Because they lost to 6-year-olds. Like, do you remember that when female athletes lost to 6-year-old boys in the pro female football league? I remember that. I remember that. That was kind of funny.
I'm going to assume this guy is a nerd who hasn't touched.
So that's why I don't think that there should be trans women in those leagues. But at the same time, that is a thing. Trans women are women's leagues are legitimately why do we have them if they're so shit, right? You could say I'm sexist all you want. Why do they exist? If they are so bad that they'll lose to literal 6-year-old kids. It's not even just boys, it's girls too. They'll lose to 6-year-old girls and boys. Even in those races, right? Who won, right? The trans woman, the cis woman. It was a girl that won. In fact, the trans woman. It's everyone's oh, the trans woman did so much better than the cis woman. The trans woman got 1,006th place, and a 6-year-old won. So literal children can beat them both. I don't know. I just think women suck because even girls are better than women at athletics. That's pathetic when you're better at athletics before you try to do athletics professionally. What that says to me is that women aren't even really putting in effort and just doing it, which should not be how things are done. And I don't think it was always like that. I think it was very recent that that's been a thing. Because I know a lot of the athletes in women's soccer back in the day were actually a lot better than the ones that are on right now. Right? I look at Benham and Ben Beckham, right? And you see you watch who that, and you watch the movie, obviously it's going to be a bit overdrawn for whatever, but you watch her play in real life and she's better than most of the women athletes are now. It's what the fuck? When did we go so low?
In his entire life and is therefore completely ignorant about how important sports actually are for the men and women.
I think women's tennis is the only one where they consistently still try, because you notice that that's what happened with women's boxing lately too. Women who actually train and stuff were put up against women who you had Amani Khalif. Everyone's oh, she's a man, right? Here's what happened, right? Because you can actually look at her muscle mass and body shape and she's a woman, right? Here's what actually happened, right? Look at her opponent that said that. This bitch was she had no fucking muscle showing. They put a featherweight against a heavyweight because there wasn't enough heavyweights. That's what actually happened, guys. That's actually what happened. It should not have happened, but why is there a fucking... I see no muscle on this blonde bitch. That's not... You're not an athlete, dumbass. Get the fuck out. Stop saying that bitch was an athlete. That's what you do. You're not even gonna... There's no, biceps. I don't see any triceps. I don't even see any, fucking serratus anterior or anything like that. I don't see none of that shit. So that bitch wasn't built at all. That bitch, won it, I won a slap fight with my, my infant. I'm what the... This is who they're letting in the women's boxing rings. And yeah, of course they're trying to start shit to win, because they can't actually win in a fight. Of course there's a fake controversy where people are pretending to be scared of Imani Khalif for money. Of course they're going to tabloids, right? And this is the thing, right? Imani Khalif sued the correspondent, not J.K. Rowling or Elon Musk. She named them as people who are perpetuating the correspondent's lies. The correspondent is the one she's responding to with the lawsuit. That's why it's in France, right? And the correspondent, if you actually look at their source, it's a single piece of tissue paper. That's like their source, right? Like, okay, they literally pulled it from their ass, kind of source, right? And so it's like, this is a medical record. This is literally like a 5 lines of text. What? Right, and like that's how you know it's false, because you look at the sources there, and it's like, that's it. I'm thinking, like, I'm seeing medical records. I'm like, are medical records like the size of a receipt you get at Walmart? Like in France, like, are they that like paper sensitive that they literally, this is a this. Like I'll just show you. Like, so this is a normal piece of paper, right? Right. Like it goes up to my head, right? And this is like the I'm zooming it up, right, just to exaggerate. But like, this whole box is a normal piece of paper. This is like the receipt. Like one fifth of like 1/20th of that at most, right? That's not a receipt, guys. I mean, I guess it is a receipt. It's a receipt size paper, but that's not the receipts I meant. Like, I wanted your like proof that she was a man, even though there's photos going back to when she was 6 to prove otherwise. Not this thing where like you speculate documents of speculation from doctors and other people that say these things but never show any of it, right? And you're like, well, she could just show the, like, why does she have to prove she's innocent? This is like, someone is accusing her of a crime, by the way. The reason why it's defamation is, in her country she could be beheaded for being like, if that was the thing, like, that makes it even weirder. Like, you're saying that this is happening since she was a kid. She could be beheaded if it was discovered that she did this. But she totally did this. Like, no, you guys are just retarded ass clowns who fell for a fucking Kotaku level like cope, or like from a French tabloid. And like, the thing is, right, you look at her opponent, right? This was like just a normal woman. Like, this was not like a woman you would see in a sport. This is like okay, like I don't know how to describe this, but like, okay, like, look at this guy, right? Like, see this? He's not into sports, right? You can tell. Want to know why? Look at that bicep, right? See that bicep? Exactly. That's my point. You don't see his bicep. You can't see his tricep. You can't see his brachialis anywhere, right here. You don't see any of his extensors. You can't see, like, his sternocleidomastoideus. His trapezius is non-existent. His deltoids are extremely, like, scrawny. Like, he has no latissimus dorsi to speak of, right? I can just look at this guy and tell him he's not into sports. That's what I could do with the blonde bitch too. There's no muscle showing, right? They brought a featherweight at best to a heavyweight match, and like, I'm supposed to be surprised that the heavyweight was the featherweight was way out of her league. Like, no, you should have weight classes. Like, do they not have weight classes in women's boxing? Because that's what it looked like to me. Like, it wasn't that it was unfair because, like, she was a man. It was unfair because she was a heavyweight and her opponent was a light or featherweight at best. Like the woman she was fighting looked like she'd never worked out a day in her life. It's like she did the shake weight one time and was like, I'm ready. What the fuck? Like, this is a boxer? Well, like, is this a boxer or like a masseuse? Because she's supposed to punch a Monte Khalifa or massage her back. Like, it didn't look like this person did any fighting at all, ever in her life. Oy vey, like that was a dumb controversy. Or I should say non-controversy.
Who play them?
If you must know, the big sport leagues already had rules about trans athletes. Before Charlie Baker kissed the ring, trans women in the NCAA, of which there were less than 10, had to be on hormones for at least a year to compete in women's leagues. Trans women in the Olympics, of which there were 0 last year, are subject to a vague 10-point framework that each sport can interpret however it likes.
So the only argument there was, well, you know, there are some regulations and they seem to be working well. Now, all the argument about the efficacy of those specific regulations...
Right, I think that's fine. Oh, but yeah, true.
Regulations aside, it's just really funny to me that on the sports issue, suddenly everyone becomes a trans medicalist and they act like it's no big deal. If you really think that trans women are women, then surely women's sports should include all women. If you think that all...
No, I think like leagues should be like private property and they should allow whoever they want on. And if they want to allow women to compete with trans women, they can. But if they don't have to. It's that simple, right? We just do like capitalism to solve it, right? Because that's what's going to happen, right? Like there'll be different leagues. Like eventually this is going to just blow up. We can't do a government solution to a people problem. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to just have like these little leagues in capitalism where there's going to be one female league, another right? And instead of having these like association leagues that are all like somehow public property but also not, right? All this NCAA, it's like it's a charity but it's not. It's a non-profit but it's a private company, but like it's also not, guys, because it makes $1 gazillion a minute.
All biological males who identify as women are women, then shouldn't the ones who haven't transitioned still be allowed to compete in women's sports? Otherwise, what you're saying is that women's weightlifting, for example, should exclude certain women for being too strong. That doesn't make any sense, and surely that's quite a dangerous precedent to set. I mean...
Well, no, it's not. There are weight classes. What are you talking about? Have you never been to any of these events? There's weight classes, right? So you have, like, especially with these kinds of things. So, like, with weightlifting competitions, you actually do have classes, right? And same with, like, boxing, right? Like, why would you have a wall of muscle and, like, a twink fight, right? You don't have that in men's boxing. If there's a wall of muscle, you got a Mike Tyson, he is not fighting... Like, he is not fighting a you, right? You might be able to fight like another you, right? But you're not fighting Mike Tyson. He's heavyweight. He's a super heavyweight, I think, even. So, like, he's not going to fight a featherweight. They're not going to allow you to fight to fight a featherweight. He'd eliminate your entire lifespan in your kid. Like, he'd somehow punch you, and your wife and kid would die from it, too. That's how fucking strong that guy is. You're not going to... you're not winning that fight. This is how it is, right? It's a slaughter. That's why we have weight classes, right? So yes, we do. Factually, we should. And the reason I know this is because we do. We literally do, right? Like, you don't have, you don't have everyone in one weight class because it's just not. It's just completely unfair, right? Like, if you have a super heavyweight compete against a featherweight, the super heavyweight isn't just going to win. It's going to be a slaughter, and that featherweight could die, by the way, because some of those, if the super heavyweight doesn't go easy on the featherweight could just fucking die. Like, there's a reason we have these things. And I'm talking about men versus men, by the way. Just men versus men. This is a thing that happens in every professional men's sports league. Look it up, okay? Like, when it comes to like football and stuff in America, right? The reason why we don't have those in there is because we have strict guidelines on what you need to do to join a fucking team. You have to be above a certain weight. You have to be able to run a certain amount of miles, etc., just to join the team. You know?
Maybe to be trans exclusive, we should start excluding some biological females who are too strong too, right? I mean, if biological sex has nothing to do with being a woman and it's a woman's sport, but you're going to say that some women, for being too strong, shouldn't be allowed to compete in it, well, I guess
we do have that, at least for the men, though. So, like, why don't we do that for the women? Again, are you saying that's actually what happened? That wasn't a mistake? Featherweight and super heavyweight women compete with each other in boxing all the time, and that's considered normal and okay? The fuck's wrong with you? Like, you want them to die? No wonder that was a controversy. Yamani's a super heavyweight, and she was fighting a fucking featherweight. Like you just legitimately want women to kill each other. Because that's what would happen in a men's ring. You don't do that. You do, like, at least with boxing and weightlifting, you do that. You know that, right? That's why they exist. That's why there's weight classes.
Apply that to anyone. The easy solution here, the solution that makes sense, would be to say that biological males are very good at weightlifting, but they're not women, so that's why they shouldn't compete in women's sports.
The most dispiriting thing I hear is that the fight for...
Well, we could also just say that sex has certain, like points where it's just, like, that's the be-all, end-all, right? Okay, yeah, sex, you don't compete, like, people of different sexes don't compete in sports. But they can compete, like, in other things, right?
It diminishes other battles for equal rights. First of all, it completely ignores that trans people come in all shades. It's hard to be trans, and it's hard to be black, and it's even harder to be both black and trans.
That's true. Yes, that's not the point, but yeah, that's true.
So I'd just like to say that there are 3 ways I can immediately think of why trans rights undermines other fights for equality, and I'll just say those now so we have some idea of what we're talking about with this argument. The first one would be the obvious one, that trans rights undermines women's rights and gay rights. Women's rights makes a lot of sense to people if you say, basically, women's rights means that a woman should be able to do anything that a man can do. But that gets very complicated when you start saying, actually, there are certain ways that men can behave that cause them to become women. And there are certain performances of gender that women can do.
Well, no. Here's where you're wrong, right? Women's rights, right? Right, in gay rights, right? Here's a very simple thing, right? They're only undermined if the only way you think about them is in, like, a way where they, right? So very simple, right? If you're talking about not women's rights, you're talking about, like, something else. First off, that's not a right. What you're describing now is not a fucking right. This is a description of something, right? Women can do anything men can do. That's not a fucking right. Right? Like, that, you're talking about a biological descriptor, which isn't real. Like, that, like, you're just wrong there then, right? Women's rights refers to women being allowed to, have the same rights as men. It's not they can do anything men can do. It's that they have the same rights as men. Right? And there's 2 different things, okay? And trans stuff doesn't exclude that either, by the way. And neither does saying, well, there are limits to trans rights exclude that either. Notice how, like, when we get to rights, none of that works, right? Because you don't even know what the fucking right is. You're talking about equality. Equality is not a fucking, like equity. Equity is not a fucking right, right? A heavyweight boxer is not going to compete fairly with a featherweight. But you're implying that they should. No, fuck you. You're a fucking retard. like I was siding with you until you did this. Stop fucking with rights when you don't even know what a right is. A right is a right, very simple. It's a privilege that you have, right, without having to have an active participation in that, in, like, keeping it, right? So a right is, like, it's just assumed you have it, right? You have a right to life, for example, right? It's assumed you shouldn't have to fight for that right, right? Sometimes you do, but it's assumed you shouldn't have to, at least, right? A privilege means it's assumed that you have to earn it, right? So like that's the difference between a right and a privilege. A right means that you're just born that way with it, right? Like, so you're in America, we're born with a right to own a firearm to defend ourselves. We're born with a right to free speech. We're born with a right to freedom of religion. We're born with all that, right? We're born with a right to, to due process. We're born with a right to remain silent, to not incriminate ourselves, right? We're born with these rights. We have them from birth, and our Constitution protects those rights from birth. Right? So that's a right, right? What you're talking about is an earned privilege, right? Women should have to do this thing that men that men also have to work hard for. Well, that's not a right, that's a privilege, right? If men work hard to get something and women work hard to get something, right? That's called a privilege. You're not talking about equal rights, you're talking about equity, right? Equality of outcome. That's commonly, it's gobbledygook. What the fuck are you on, right? I thought trans stuff was common as gobbledygook. It's like, is anyone like not noticing like what the fuck, like any of the, like both the trans activists and the gender critical activists, they're just commies. Like, we need the government to afford our shit because we're too retarded to fucking know what words mean. It's like you're starting to be retarded chest bursters, right? Like this is how you do it, right? A right is something you're born with. A privilege is something you have to earn. If you have to earn it at all, it is not your right. Right? So, like, I don't have a right to a house. I have a privilege of a house because I have to earn it, right? But when I earn it, I have a right to control my private property because I own that property. It's mine now, right? So you see, like, so I don't have to put soldiers in. I have the right to refuse soldiers being quartered in my property because it's not theirs, it's mine. Right? I can kick anyone out, including soldiers. Third Amendment to the United States Constitution, by the way.
Them to become men. That undermines the whole feminist message. This
right. So like this is the thing, right? I also have the right, for example, I have like women's right to vote, for example, right? That's a right. Women have the right to vote. It's granted to them by our Constitution. They don't have to fight for the right to vote. They can just vote, right? Whenever there's a vote coming on, they can just vote. That's a right. That's what a right is, right? Like another thing is for a gun, right? I don't have to I don't have to do that much to get a gun in the United States unless I'm in New Jersey, where they just deny your constitutional rights entirely. Because, right, it's a right. Like, I just proved that I haven't committed a crime, so I'm still a legal citizen, and I have the right to own a firearm. In America, right? That's a right. And women have it too, by the way. That's equal rights. Right? In a sports league, that's not equal fucking rights. It's equal opportunity. That's communist bullshit. That's not a right. You don't know what a right is. In order for it to be a right for women, it has to be a right for men too. Right? For like equal rights, right? But men don't have that right. They have a privilege that they have to earn. That's not a right, that's a privilege. You earned it. You did something to get it.
This very video has said some things that undermine the feminist.
Like, I don't have a right to eat. I have a privilege of eating, right? My right is I have the right to exchange money for things I want to buy, right? That's capitalism, right? That's a principle that's not really even in the Constitution of the United States, but it is a principle, right, in our country, right? They have the right to spend money to purchase things, right? Now the business, if it's a business, they can deny me, but like, I still have a right to purchase certain things, right? Like utilities, right? So when it comes down to, like a government cannot though, right? So that's another thing. The government can't deny, but private businesses can. And so the important part about that, right, is very simple. Very simple. I purchase, like, say I want to purchase You know, like a watermelon, right? I purchased that watermelon. That's mine now, right? That's a privilege, right? I have the right to buy it, but I don't have the privilege to eat the watermelon. But I will eat it once I buy it because it's the point of a watermelon. But I purchased it. Now it's my right as a property owner to do what I want with it, as long as I respect the rights, liberties, and pursuits of happiness, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of those around me, as well as the constitutional boundaries that they have as well. You understand what a right is now yet? Because I do. I know because I've had to deal with the difference between rights and privilege. I don't have a right to own a car. I don't have a right to do any of that.
By implying that it is possible for
I have a right to bear arms, by the way. I don't have a right to own a firearm. I have a right to bear a firearm. And the reason why that's different, I have to purchase with a privilege the firearm. But once I own the firearm, I have the right to bear it, either as a militia, right? I can just, like, if you're declared an enemy, I don't have to be a part of the U.S. military to go overseas and kill you. You know that, right? That's in the Constitution. I could just do that as a militia unit. I don't need to join the U.S. military to do that. If you're declared an enemy of the United States, like ever, I can just volunteer, not as a draftman, but as a militia mercenary, kill you, and I have the constitutional right to do that in the United States of America, right? And so, like, I go back home after doing that, and I'm fine. Right. Another thing that the Second Amendment also grants me, right, is the right to defend my property, right? Because, you know, what's the point of property if you can't defend it? I guess, like, you know, you're British, so you don't understand this concept. But if someone breaks into my house, you want to know what I can do? They're dead. Problem solved. You know what happens when your house? You're dead because he stabbed you. You had nothing but a butter knife to defend yourself with. And so I have significantly better options to defend my right to life than you do, because I have actual rights and you have beans on toast. So, like, this is why, like, nothing you say really affects me, because, like, you don't even know what rights are, because that concept is alien to you. You don't have them. So, like, you know, maybe women and men do have, like, rights, like equal rights where you were. They always had them because none of you had any rights. So, like, you don't have any rights, and neither does your wife. So you have equal rights. You don't have to fight for them. You both have neither. Neither of you have a single right because you can't defend yourself. And rights without the ability to defend yourself is not a right. It is a privilege granted to you by your government that can easily be taken away, and has been continuously been taken away from you, because you have not a single bit of ability to even think about defending yourself. Because if you even think about defending yourself against your tyrannical government, you could get fined for that, or even put in jail for that, as we've seen with Count Dankula. Your country is in shambles because you allowed it to be, because you don't even know what a right is while you're defending the idea of rights, but you don't have them, right? You know what I mean? Because I have rights. I can just tell you all of them. And you'll be like, whoa, you can do that? Yeah, I can. Right? I already said I can form a militia. Right? I can just do that. I can do that in my country, okay? Imagine what else I can do. We haven't even gotten through the first 10. And I can form a militia to stop a tyrannical government. I just do that. Okay? Come back when you guys got actual rights, and then we can talk about equal rights between men and women, bitch. Like, sorry, I'm done with both of you, the activists and you. This is just sad now.